Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Put your drum up.
What now?
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
I don't want reality.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
That's too much, man.
It's a great day. For being sad.
So hot right now. I see that you know your judo.
What now?
I got boxes full of Pepe. Well, it's good to see you folks once again. Here we are. Hopefully you're all ready for a long journey here tonight. Buckle up those seatbelts, space fams. It's going to be a long trip through the unknown. Well, good to see all of you in chat here. It looks like... Who is it here? Moana, Selena Marie, and Avroponics got first, second, third in YouTube. Omega Star and Moana, first and second on Twitch, still third place opened up over there. Del Sol Verde, Normal by Nature, Anti-Corporatist, BCat K. Who else is in there? Jonathan, Dirk Gently. I think I'll see good everybody. Alright. Free shout out for everybody. Makes it at the beginning of the show. Much appreciated to all you space fans out there. Alright. What to talk about today? What comes first? Oh, that's right. The United States. I figured tonight, for whatever reason, figured we'd go to someone here at the beginning to tell us about the future of the United States. Very serious person who's never made any decisions that would make us question their opinion of the future. Here's Matt Damon. Tell us about it.
Hope is a strong word in these times that we live in.
But are you feeling more hopeful?
I am. You know, I tend to be an optimist, so I feel hope that we're going to all figure it out and we're going to be okay. But you know, that doesn't absolve us from the work that we have to do to fight for the things that matter to us.
Now, let's remember that it was not long ago that Matt Damon was telling us all to be very brave about something else, that being the crypto industry. So, you know. Yeah, it is a relief, right? Now that I know that Matt Damon feels hopeful, I can go about my day. We're gonna end the show here, actually, chat. This is it, you know? I hope you enjoyed the show. Till next time. Alright, just kidding. Okay. Just kidding. There are, in fact, other things to maybe be concerned about. Even though Matt is feeling very optimistic, I figure we should probably look at some stuff. Let's talk about this. I feel like most people in chat are somewhat aware of this. It's been getting talked a lot about recently, over the last 24 hours. Whenever it happened, it wasn't that long ago. But Donald Trump went to the NABJ, which is the, what is it? The National Association of Black Journalists. I believe that's what it is. And made a complete fool of himself. Where should we start? Let's start here with Guardian News from 17 hours ago. This is some footage from the press conference, well, whatever you want to call it. This appearance Trump made at the NABJ meeting here, and he really went hard on this journalist here. Let's see what was said.
I have been the best president for the black population since Abraham Lincoln. That's my answer.
I want to start by addressing the elephant in the room, sir. A lot of people did not think it was appropriate for you to be here today. You have pushed false claims about some of your rivals, from Nikki Haley to former President Barack Obama, saying that they were not born in the United States, which is not true. You have told 4 congresswomen of color who were American citizens to go back to where they came from. You have used words like animal and rabid to describe black district attorneys. You've attacked black journalists, calling them a loser, saying the questions that they ask are, quote, stupid and racist. You've had dinner with a...
I feel like Donald can't pick, like, he can't decide which face to go with. Like, at first he like, I'm gonna smirk, and then he was like, wait, is this the right room for that? And then sort of switched it to the, I'm still paying attention.
Supremacists at your Mar-a-Lago resort. So my question, sir, now that you are asking black supporters to vote for you, why should black voters trust you after you have used language like that?
Well, first of all, I don't think I've ever been asked a question so in such a horrible manner. First question. You don't even say, hello, how are you? Are you with AB?
He's never been asked a question as bad as that one.
Illegal. Because I think they're a fake news network, a terrible network. And I think it's disgraceful that I came here in good spirit. I love the black population of this country. I've done so much for the black population of this country, including employment, including opportunity zones with Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina. I think it's a very nasty question. I have answered the question. I have been the best president for the black population since Abraham Lincoln. That's my answer.
Better than President Johnson, who signed the Voting Rights Act?
And for you to start off a question and answer period, especially when you're 35 minutes late because you couldn't get your equipment to work in such a hostile manner, I think it's a disgrace.
How rude.
Good God. That's all he can come up with, is that they started slightly late because of an equipment malfunction. This absolute disgrace. Can't even figure out how to work a camera. Meanwhile, I am forced to answer this very, very rude question.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Mini Doctor's mom invented the expression best thing since sliced bread. Write that down. It's historical information. Do not double check that on Google. So she claims. Right, well, I saw that in there, but I was trying to let it go until you mentioned it the second time, which, well, I felt compelled at that point. All right, now let's move on. Not entirely, just from that particular portion of this. Democracy Now! Did a bit of a deep dive on this discussion. Was had. Let's go here. Why are you doing this? This is racist.
Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump appeared before the annual convention of the National Association of Black Journalists in Chicago on Wednesday for a sit-down interview with a panel of black women journalists. The association's decision to invite Trump had sparked outrage within the organization. On Tuesday, Washington Post editor Karen Attias stepped down as co-chair of the NABJ's convention.
During the interview, Trump repeatedly sparred with the reporters, insulted them, and also questioned whether Kamala Harris is actually black. He claimed he was the best president for the black population since Abraham Lincoln. We turn now to excerpts from this interview with Fox News host Harris Faulkner, Semaphor's Kadia Goba, and ABC News' Rachel Scott, who began the event with this question.
I want to start by addressing the elephant in the room, sir. A lot of people did not think it was appropriate for you to be here today.
Hold on, we already watched this part.
You have pushed false claims about, sir. Now that you are asking black supporters to vote for you, why should black voters trust you after you have used language like that?
Well, first of all, I don't think I've ever been asked a question in such a horrible manner. First question. You don't even say, hello, how are you?
Hold on.
I have too much respect for you to be late. They couldn't get their equipment working or something was wrong.
Mr. President, I would love
think
if
it's
you can
a
answer
very
the
nasty question. I have answered the question. I have been the best president for the black population since Abraham Lincoln. That's my answer.
Better than President Johnson, who signed the Voting Rights Act?
And for you to start off a question and answer period, especially when you're 35 minutes late because you couldn't get your equipment to work, in such a hostile manner, I think it's a disgrace.
Wait, is he saying that them not getting the equipment working fast enough, that was the hostile act? Or is it the question? The way he worded it was a little bit vague. Maybe he thinks that they did it at him. They were just, messing with the cords, like, oh, sorry, sir, I'm so sorry, sir, but no, the cords, they're not working. It just does not going in the place.
Let me just ask a follow-up, sir, and then we'll move on to other questions here. Some of your own supporters, including Republicans on Capitol Hill, have labeled Vice President Kamala Harris, who is the first black and Asian American woman to serve as vice president and be on a major party ticket, as a DEI hire. Is that acceptable language to you? And will you tell those Republicans and those supporters to stop it?
How do you define DEI? Go ahead. How do you define
diversity, equity, inclusion?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Is that what your definition?
Is
that what your definition is? Nobody's ever actually told Donald Trump what DEI is, have they? He's just been riffing on it. He vaguely understands what DEI means, but like nobody's ever told him that it's an acronym for something specific. Okay, Grandpa.
Give me a definition then. Would you give me a definition of that? Give me a definition.
Sir, I'm asking you a question, a very direct question.
Define it for me if you.
I just defined it, sir. Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is only on the ticket because she is a black woman?
Well, I can say no. I think it's maybe a little bit different. So, I've known her a long time indirectly, not directly, very much, and.
He thinks what is a little bit different. Oh, by the way, how many likes do we have? Those are your 2 rollovers from last stream. If you've forgotten, after all of this time, you had some rollover characters here. 16. You got 16 likes. You deserve a third. So hold on, before you get too far in this, and I forget. Okay, we have John Wick aka Ted. From Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Wait, was he Bill or Ted? I always forget. God, it's hard to remember.
She was always of Indian heritage, and she was only promoting Indian heritage. I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. So I don't know.
This is so racist. And it's like he either just doesn't understand the concept of biracial people, or what. It's very confusing. It just seems like honestly, I just don't think he has anything to say about Kamala, because he has been spending the last how many years? Oh, Jesus Christ. A long time. It's been quite a while that he's been thinking only about Joe Biden. And now he's just trying to think of anything that he can say about Kamala. Now just racist ramblings.
Is she Indian or is she black?
She is always identified as a black woman.
I
She went to a
respect
historically
either
black
one.
college.
I respect either one, but she obviously doesn't, because she was Indian all the way, and then all of a sudden she made a turn and she became a black person. As you were coming today.
Oh no. I didn't even think of it. Oh God. Oh, J.D. Vance's poor children. He does have a bunch of kids, doesn't he? And his wife. Oh no. No, this is complicated. This is Jesus Christ. Oh shit. Hold on. Wait, how many kids does J.D. Vance have? Wait a second. Why? What is happening? Ooh, by the way, I just noticed something. While I'm looking this up, 3 children. Wow. J.D. Vance's 3 Indian biracial children, white and Indian children, are now being attacked by his father's boss publicly. This is, ooh. And one of them is named Vivek. Get the fuck out. Shut up. That should be illegal. That should be illegal. Okay. You have 25 likes. It was like 7 likes in a minute. One thing I noticed, this is so random. I don't even know why I'm bringing this up. But it is, they've tricked me into doing it. They've tricked me into doing this. So check this out. It's about to be at the top of the hour, which means a galactic ad break is going to be coming at you. If you're on Twitch right now, you can avoid that by getting a subscription, either with money or with the free Twitch subscription everyone gets if you have a Amazon Prime subscription. Most people know about this, but not everybody. However, today, apparently, until I think 2 weeks from now, it just went away. I can't find it now. But I think for the next 2 weeks, on my channel in particular, I have no idea why my channel in particular has been, I don't know if it's my channel or if it's all channels. I don't know what's going on, but if you gift a subscription on the channel, you will receive 3 free months of Apple TV Plus. I don't know if this is a Twitch-wide thing, but I just got some weird notification on my channel, so I don't know. I don't know what that's worth. I don't know how much a month of Apple Plus is worth. That does sound worth it if you, for whatever reason, were like, you know, I really want to watch, I'm trying to think, what's the hot Apple Plus show right now? No, there's a soccer one. What's that one called? It's so hard to keep up with all the shows. Let's be real. There's like 10,000 streaming services. How are you supposed to remember them all? Hey, you can test one for three months. Or I guess, well, how much is an actual subscription? Okay, just like $5 or something. Okay, all right. Now let's go on. Yes, Ted Lasso. That's the one. Thank you, Snicks, for knowing things about stuff. Ted Lasso's over. Oh gosh, but isn't it still? It's gonna still be available on there, I'm sure. And since it's over, that means you could just binge it in 3 months. You could easily binge. I feel like most people probably could do it. Okay, let's quickly look at this. This is from a few hours ago, where J.D. Vance was asked by reporters, kind of an awkward question.
He was also asked yesterday if you were ready to be president on day one. He kind of dodged the question. What do you still have to do as his running mate to prove to him that you are ready to step into that role?
Well, I think Donald Trump was answering a political question, and he was answering it correctly. He said for years that who the vice president is doesn't really matter politically. Most Americans are voting either for Kamala Harris or for Donald Trump. They're not voting for the vice presidential nominee of either party. Look, I'm absolutely ready to be president on day one.
So just so you say, right from JD's mouth, he knows he doesn't matter. That's what he is saying. Jeez, that's rough. Poor JD just got the job. I mean, wow. This guy's gonna be shame shaved before the election. You think Trump is gonna break out the shaving cream and the straight razor? I can't look at another second. Okay. Let's get to like talking about some more stuff here. Kamala Harris. Apparently Kamala Harris must have been looking at her YouTube feed or something, saw footage of what Trump said at the National Association of Black Journalists, and she had some words for him. Let's go. Let's see what she had to say.
We all here remember what those 4 years were like. And today, we were given yet another reminder. This afternoon, Donald Trump spoke at the annual meeting of the National Association of Black Journalists. And it was the same old show. The divisiveness and the disrespect. And let me just say, the American people deserve better. The American people deserve better. The American people deserve a leader who tells the truth, a leader who does not respond with hostility and anger when confronted with the facts. We deserve a leader who understands that our differences do not divide us. They are an essential source of our strength.
Huh. Sounded kind of presidential. Not gonna lie. Hold on. Slow down. Slow your horses over here. Dan from the internet raid. Hey yo, what's up? What you can do? Alright, now let's go to this. We've been talking about it for a little bit, how Donald Trump has been trying to walk back and basically get out of the second presidential debate now that it's no longer Biden. This was Kamala at a different event, I believe. Yeah. Let's see a little bit of this.
So he won't debate, but he and his running mate sure seem to have a lot to say about me. And by the way, don't you find some of their stuff to just be plain weird? Well, Donald, I do hope you'll reconsider to meet me on the debate stage. Because as the saying goes, if you've got something to say, America has tried these failed policies before, and we are not going back. We're not going back.
That's a lot of energy. It's a lot of energy at that rally there. Not a very different vibe than those Biden rallies of old, if you will. And by of old, I mean 2 weeks ago. I like that. I like that. Not only do I like that vibe, I like that chant. Not going back. Let's not go back. Let's go forward. Seems like a better direction in which to go. Yeah, I got this one next. Let's look at this. This happened just slightly after. Oh, supposed to hydrate. Okay. What was I saying? Ah, yes. Let's look at this. The Trump team decided to go to Pennsylvania again, even after being nearly assassinated in the state. And this is what he had to say at this Pennsylvania rally from 20 hours ago. Or must have been more than that. This is Associated Press.
As you know, this is my first return to Pennsylvania since our rally in Butler. We're going back to Butler, too, by the way. I should not be with you today. I shouldn't be with you. Corey is a hero to all of us, She's a defund the police radical trying to pass herself off as a tough on crime prosecutor. She wasn't tough on crime. She's only tough on guys like me because they want to go after their political opponents. If she becomes your president, our country is finished, I'll tell you. Well, Kamala, let's go. Challenge accepted. Are you ready? Let's compare our record point by point.
So that appears to be Donald Trump accepting the what do you call it? The taunt that Kamala has been throwing his way. Maybe I'm interpreting it differently than other people, but that sounded like Donald Trump saying, I will do the debate that I've been running away from. So let's all get excited for that. Honestly, hopefully it'll be better. I mean, it couldn't possibly be worse than the last debate. How? Oh my God. It would... Okay, let's look at this. These are some more polls. They've been coming in hot lately. This is from Associated Press from 17 hours ago.
Democrats have a new likely presidential nominee, and they're much happier with Vice President Kamala Harris as their party's standard bearer than they were with President Joe Biden. A new poll from the AP North Center for Public Affairs Research finds that about 8 in 10 Democrats say they would be very or somewhat satisfied with Harris as the party's nominee. A different AP North poll conducted before Biden dropped out of the race found that only about 4 in 10 Democrats were very or somewhat satisfied with Biden as the party's likely nominee. Satisfaction with Harris has risen among key groups that were more tepid about Biden, including Hispanic Americans and younger adults. Americans still see a tough contest looming, though. 56% of adults say if former President Donald Trump and Harris are their party's nominees in November, Donald Trump is more likely to win.
Yeah, but asking Americans who like to project what's going to happen in the future, bad plan. Bad plan. Better just ask them how they're feeling right now. And how Democrats are feeling, if you didn't hear just now, is that 8 out of 10 Democrats are satisfied with Kamala Harris, which is a huge swing from where it was at for Biden. Joe Biden was, oh my God, he was in the high 30s approval rating. It was really, really bad. Did you poll 1,000 sofas? What would you possibly have to ask sofas about?
Illegal.
You have 33 likes. I rolled a 3. I think I put it back up. I'll double check. Hold on. See, yeah. You got Captain Planet. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait. You're still missing one. I just realized you know what? I'm the asshole. That's a 15. I'm the asshole, and oh God. I'm just the worst.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I'm fixing it. I'm fixing it. Is that better? And will you forgive me? Okay. What are we doing? Alright, we looked at the polls. Let's talk about the VP candidates real quick here. This is... yeah, this is the majority report with Sam Cedar.
A lot of people are IMing in about this. Sean Fain last night did an appearance on CNN where he verbalized his endorsement of Kamala Harris. He'd endorsed Biden before, and you know, we all love Sean Fain here and how he's really just been at the forefront of this labor resurgence in the United States. He made his preference clear on CNN about who he hopes that Kamala Harris picks Out of the 3 real finalists, at 4, we're looking at Kelly, but distant, I think, in 4th at this point, Bashir, Walz, and Shapiro.
Look, I 2 names really resonate high with our union. The top name, it was Andy Bashir. I'm a huge Andy Bashir fan. I believe Andy Bashir, he's been there with us every step of the way. And then also Governor Walz in Minnesota. Those are really our top 2 people, and both of those men walked the picket line with our workers this past fall, and they've always been there for working class people. So, we'll see what the vice president does, and like I said, she's got to pick who she's comfortable with, but that's typically where we're leaning. So
yeah,
look,
so that was notable. It's been reported that labor just generally is expressing opposition to Governor Shapiro of Pennsylvania. Shapiro, look, again, we have to see what she does. If she picks him, I'll be furious. In part just because I don't even agree with the politics of it.
Before she gets into the politics of it, I think most people here in chat will be disappointed if Kamala picks Josh Shapiro. We did, however, look at on the last show at a poll that shows some statistics that they may very well be looking at. I personally would also prefer Walz or Bashir over Shapiro any day. What was I gonna say? Walz happens to be in definitely in a state that could be helpful to Democrats. We'll see how it all plays out here in the future. But hold on, we're not done listening here.
I don't necessarily think. I mean, it may secure her Pennsylvania, but it may cut into Michigan. It may cut into some southern states where she's hoping to have like a Bashir with his southern accent and with his kind of white picket fence family. I feel like plays fairly well for people who may be uncomfortable with her in southern states like North Carolina and Georgia, and because he has a scandal in his office where he reportedly covered up a Me Too situation for one of his staffers. He compared the student protesters to the KKK. He
anti-BDS also called the cops on him.
He also has been against cutting
taxes.
Against raising corporate tax rates, which Kamala Harris is saying in her speech she wants to do. Now you can do the Biden, you can triangulate, signal to the business community, we'll be friendly, here's Shapiro. But she has the nomination at this point. I agree with what Sam and I have been at least saying off air about it should be a do no harm selection. And if Bashir is not a barn-burning socialist, he is just a standard Democrat that has done good things and stood on the picket line with the UAW, I don't think...
Exactly. Hold on. We can't watch this whole discussion. And I'm sorry, Bob, that your dad is not making an appearance here. This was, I think, from earlier today for the Majority Report. Could be wrong. It's got all the telltale signs.
Is it another show?
Yep. That's
well,
really
I definitely don't want another season of Trump if he's bringing J.D. Vance along. I think everyone feels like
I think that's
he's just like visually off-putting too. No, definitely. I think they should just hammer how she's South Indian too. Like just drive a wedge in the Indian vote too. Just be like, oh, she's low caste. But I think even that goes to like the birtherism thing had purpose.
Oh no.
That was very funny. I'm sorry.
I'm glad you find the internal
caste system jokes
funny.
Caste
It's hilarious. No, it's because you know what? I could imagine them going there now. Like
because they're just so much. Even going back to the birtherism thing, that had purchase in people's minds. Barack Obama was the first Black person, besides Jesse Jackson, to get like a national platform as they ran for president and took like they were going to win. He had a little bit of like I think using the word weird a lot, but a little bit of weirdness when it came to like the circumstances of his birth in the sense that, like, you know, he's born in Hawaii, which people don't seem to understand is still part of the United States of America.
Where's that?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But like, even just what I guess 16 years later, like they can't even stick to like a simple birther message. It's now become even like weirder. Like she's just like, it's
well, let's measure her skull shape. Let's take some blood samples and see like
it
what
legit is
percent.
calipers.
Yeah. Is she up?
Yeah, we need an expert in phrenology to come help us with this very serious task. Totally not racist. It's science.
It's science.
Okay. We're gonna. I forgot about it. Okay, because last time we were watching this, people said, "This is too fast. It's too fast. Why isn't it 3 or 4 minutes instead of 2 minutes?" Well, I heard your cries for help, your pleas for a little bit more time. And we are going to do this again. Here is Mehdi Hassan. You're probably all familiar with this man. We're going to listen to this a little bit slower. Let's go to 0.75.
If you believe the polls, Donald Trump is heading for the White House in 2025. And he'll be bringing Project 2025 with him. That's the 920-page policy document filled with crazy far-right authoritarian proposals that you all need to know about and that I'm going to summarize for you right now, all 30 chapters, in just 2 minutes. Start the clock. Chapter 1, turn the White House Council, which is supposed to give the president independent legal advice, into a, quote, activist force for the president's agenda. Chapter 2, root out anyone in the National Security Council or the Office of Management and Budget who's too woke or is aligned with the president's agenda. Chapter 3, replace thousands of career civil servants with MAGA loyalists. Chapter 4, radically increase the defense budget, expand the nuclear weapons production, lift restrictions on arms sales, and expel all transgender people from the military. Chapter 5, ramp up deportations of undocumented immigrants, including dreamers, make it easier to detain kids in detention camps and allow ICE officers to arrest migrants anywhere in the U.S., even without a warrant. Chapter 6, defund the Palestinian Authority, bring back Trump's Remain in Mexico asylum policy, and restrict funding for international health organizations like the WHO. Chapter 7, ramp up the use of covert ops and use the CIA to, quote, implement the president's agenda. Chapter 8, defund, quote, unquote, leftist news organizations like NPR and PBS. Chapter 9, get rid of all climate policy from our foreign aid programs. Chapter 10, restrict...
That one I find hilarious, still, because I feel like I constantly have complaints for NPR and PBS taking very centrist sort of stances on everything, always, just so that they don't appear, quote-unquote, like, biased or whatever else, and it just makes their coverage, like, unbearable, like, at least half of the time.
Food stamps and free school meals in low-income school districts. Chapter 11, abolish the Department of Education. Chapter 12, gut renewable energy programs and vastly expand our natural gas infrastructure. Chapter 13, shrink the EPA and shut down the Office of Environmental Justice. Chapter 14, get rid of Head Start for low-income families and ban the abortion pill mifepristone. Chapter 15, ban all non-citizens from living in government-subsidized housing, even if they're living in a family with citizens. Chapter 16, weaken the Endangered Species Act and significantly expand oil drilling in Alaska. Chapter 17, empower the president to investigate his opponents through the DOJ and eliminate the FBI's independence. Chapter 18, make it easier for businesses to discriminate on the basis of religious freedom and, of course, race. Chapter 19, restrict the EPA's ability to regulate CO2 emissions from cars. Chapter 20, force the Department of Veterans Affairs to seize abortion services and gender-affirming surgery. Chapter 21, focus the Minority Business Development Agency on, quote, the evils of socialism and communism. Chapter 22, increase taxes on millions of low-income and middle-class households. Chapter 23, it's just a long rant against China. Chapter 24, should we bring Bring back the gold standard? Chapter 25, punish Planned Parenthood for getting COVID-19 relief loans. Chapter 26, give more of Congress's power to make trade agreements to the president. Chapter 27, abolish the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which has saved consumers tens of billions of dollars. Chapter 28, limit content moderation on social media platforms. Leave hate speech alone. Chapter 29, take away the Federal Election Commission's power to prosecute election and campaign law violations. And Chapter 30, go after companies with ESG, DEI, and other corporate social responsibility programs.
Not DEI.
Illegal. China.
How many chapters was there? Like 29 chapters? Too many chapters. Let's be real. That is too many chapters. At that point, you're just reaching for stuff. Or you're just hoping it's so long nobody reads it. Although we've already encountered a number of people in our recent streams who have in fact gone through all of it. People like, who comes to mind? Oh my god, I can see his face right now. God damn it, what's your name? Yeah, 900 pages, exactly. Honestly, I think that at 0.75, it was much easier to digest what it was he was saying, because he was saying it so fast. He shouldn't have limited himself to 2 minutes. 3 minutes would have been perfect. You're all right. You were all right. Everybody who said it on the other stream, whatever day that was, you were right. Congratulations. Okay, 30 chapters, 30 chapters, and 920 pages. That is too many. Is it the sequel to Dune? Okay, let's go talk about economics real quick. First, let's look at this. This is from Reuters from 3 hours ago. Stocks slump as data reignites slowdown worries.
Wall Street's main indexes kicked off August with a nosedive.
Oh god, it's on 0.75. Did anybody else notice that? Fix. There we go.
After economic data released Thursday reignited fears that a recession could still be on the horizon. The Dow shed 1.2%, the S&P 500 lost nearly 1.4%, and the Nasdaq plunged 2.3%. Stocks initially opened higher, buoyed in part by Meta platforms, after the Facebook parent issued an upbeat outlook for the third quarter. Shares gained nearly 5%. But stocks headed south after data showed a measure of manufacturing activity from the Institute for Supply Management dropped to an 8-month low in July, signifying contraction. And the number of Americans filing new applications for unemployment benefits last week increased to an 11-month high. Those signs of further economic weakness prompted Eric Ditton, president and managing director of the Wealth Alliance, to wonder whether the Federal Reserve should have cut interest rates at the end of its policy meeting this week.
You know, I would say... Okay, you don't need to hear it, this guy. That's good. That's enough. We get it. And yeah, the Federal Reserve had its, whatever you want to call it, annual July meeting. Decided to hold rates where they are. I think we already talked about that earlier this week. I could swear. Okay, now to talk about economics in a different way. Here's Democracy Now! From 10 hours ago. Money War. How the U.S. unleashed economic warfare across the globe, from Venezuela to Iran.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
We end today's show looking at a major new Washington Post expose titled Money War, How 4 U.S. Presidents Unleashed Economic Warfare Across the Globe. The Post reporting examines how the U.S. has increasingly relied on economic sanctions that have left collateral damage across the globe. The Post expose begins saying, quote, "Today, the United States imposes 3 times as many sanctions as any other country or international body, targeting a third of all nations with some kind of financial penalty on people, properties, or organizations."
But the collateral damage of the sanctions is seldom discussed. The Washington Post reports in Venezuela, which just held a contested election, sanctions have contributed to an economic contraction roughly 3 times as large as that caused by the Great Depression in the United States.
Look at that. It's like it's an exponential curve. Back here, pre-95, there was just a blip. Just a tiny blip. This right here, I mean, this first one is, what, that's like 300 sanctions. And up here it's over 3,300. 11 times in 30 years.
States. The Post also reports Donald Trump was warned sanctions on Venezuela could result in millions of people migrating from Venezuela. We're joined now by Jeff Stein, co-author of the Washington Post expose and White House economics reporter for the Post. Why don't you take it from there, Jeff? In this 5 minutes that we have together, talk about making the Venezuelan economy scream. We'll go from the effect of sanctions on Venezuela and then go to other countries.
Yeah, so starting under the Obama administration, the U.S. began imposing sanctions on Venezuela, but at first they were very limited. They were really just focused on a few members of the Maduro regime that were responsible for carrying out violent reprisals against protesters in Venezuela. But really under Trump, and as we exclusively reported in this story, despite the warnings of DHS officials in classified reports about the potential outmigration effects of these sanctions, the Trump administration really choked off the main source of export revenue. 96% of Venezuela's export revenue comes from oil sales. And with the U.S.
Yeah, so many of the places that we have sanctioned have had economic problems, obviously. Just incredibly obviously. And then the people who have put those in place then are often the ones complaining about immigrants like Donald Trump. And since those were put in place, millions of people have left Venezuela, sticking our noses where they don't belong. I think that's somewhere in the Constitution.
Effectively did over the course of 3 to 4 years was to block those sales from occurring in international markets, and that really strangled the joint ventures that were sort of the lifeblood of the Venezuelan economy. This means sort of the oil deals that were worked out with U.S. producers, with the Venezuelans, that were providing them with the revenue that they needed to buy sort of imports from other countries. And when that happened, you saw the numbers are just staggering. 71% economic contraction in Venezuela, as you mentioned, 3 times as great as the U.S. Great Depression, and greater than any other peacetime economic collapse recorded in modern history, greater than many other economic collapses of countries at war, including Ukraine after the Russian invasion, or Iraq after the U.S. invasion in 2003. So this is a cataclysmic event, and economists go back and forth, and it seems clear to me from my reporting that the economic collapse in Venezuela predates U.S. sanctions. Venezuela had inflation of over 800% before Trump really tightened the screws on the Venezuelan economy. But there is also no doubt that these U.S. measures made the economic situation in Venezuela worse, and at the cost of while despite that cost, did not push out Maduro's government, and obviously Maduro still remains in power today.
So can you say, Jeff, I mean, this is Venezuela's case, but also elsewhere, how effective have U.S. economic sanctions been? I mean, there was a time, which you point out in the piece, with apartheid South Africa, sanctions helped bring down and...
Am I getting the vid? No. I think we talked about this early in the week. I realized that the reason that my voice is a little bit fucked up and I've been coughing more is because I smoked a cigar with the boys over the weekend because one of my my friend's brothers was having a wedding, so.
Apartheid, also in Serbia, the demise of Milosevic's regime, also through sanctions, or partially through sanctions. But what about now?
Now I think it's really hard to say. Academic attempts to sort of isolate the effects of sanctions and whether they have worked or not are very hard to quantify. Some studies I've seen suggest that the success rate is between 15 and 30%, which, given that we have sanctions now in some form on roughly a third of all nations and 60% of all poor countries, suggests a very high failure rate.
Did I get a gift beanie? No, no gift beanie, no sushi. Yeah. No tours?
We look in the piece at Cuba, Iran, Zimbabwe, Venezuela, Afghanistan, Syria. These are tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of people who are being affected in some form by U.S. sanctions, where the regimes that the U.S. are intending to target have not changed hands, have not surrendered their hold on power. And maybe, you know, the U.S. will say that these sanctions are still better than not having any measures because they deprive these regimes of funds at their disposal that they can use for, you know, what the U.S. would say are pernicious activities that the U.S. does not want to see.
Illegal.
But at the same time, in terms of actually leading to changes of regime, we don't really see that very much. And many critics will argue that, in fact, sanctions actually embolden and empower the people in charge, these regimes in charge, because they curb civil society, they reduce the power and the clout of private sector actors that often form a rival power base to the sanctioned authority, these regimes in charge. And so in case after case, we see very legitimate, it seems, criticisms of these sanctions regimes.
And what about Iran, to say the least, very much in the news?
Okay, we're not going to get ahead of ourselves and talk too much about Iran right now, because we will be talking about them more later. But I think that made a pretty good case for why, you know, U.S. sanctions are bad, at least statistically. In some cases, they're effective to some degree. Could be argued, as he tried. But I think, what was he saying? They're effective. I don't even quite understand how those numbers are being determined. But I think, what did he say? It was 15% were effective or something, and the majority of the time is the people, not the the majority of the population that feels the effects of it, rather than the people that it's supposedly targeted at. Can you imagine this channel is just an attempt to feel karmic peace? I don't know what that means. Which channel? Democracy Now? JD Van says people without kids are more so. I think he was actually referring specifically to congressional representatives, right? If I recall that, he did say pretty much that statement, but if I recall correctly, he was specifically calling out lawmakers who didn't have children. He was saying that those people were definitely sociopaths. You can easily extrapolate that to just people without children, I think, pretty easily. Princess Monocle told me to hydrate, and I didn't hydrate, so give me 1 second. Okay. Thank you for the hydrate reminder. Much appreciated. What's next? Oh, this is a good video. We don't get very many of these good videos, I feel like. And this better be a trend that sweeps the whole fucking nation, I swear to God. In fact, I've already suggested that there be actual litigation, jail time involved in all of this. Yeah, let's just go to this story here. NBC Bay Area from a day ago. Some San Francisco landlords used AI to set rents higher.
Illegal.
As if making it in the Bay wasn't already hard enough for most renters, it turns out some San Francisco landlords are using AI software to set their rents even higher. That is until now. Today in the Bay's Chris Sanchez joins us now to explain more. City leaders really putting their foot down once they figured this all out.
Well, Laura, as you well know, a lot of times you see measures go back and forth before they get a final vote. But San Francisco supervisors took very swift action, banning some AI rental software the first time they discussed it. The software in question is RealPage and Yardi. They compile landlord data to determine how high landlords can set a unit's rent, or perhaps if it's best to not rent it at all. According to the information that the supervisors considered, the use of this...
Oh, God. That little... you want to call that a little qualifying statement at the end, or not rent him at all. That one really... that got me right in the middle of the chest there, in the heart. Oh, that was chilling. I hate that. I hate that was ever an option. You know, it might be better to just, leave it empty, not rent it in a housing crisis, so that you can jack up rent on your other properties.
Software increased rent, vacancy, and even eviction rates, and the companies have faced lawsuits in other communities across the country that are related. Now, RealPage claims that not enough landlords in San Francisco use this software to contribute to that alleged collusion. Supervisor Aaron Peskin disagrees, stating at the board meeting, quote, banning algorithmic price gouging is pro-housing policy. Let's build housing for renters, not for real estate investors. To put this in perspective, big picture.
Okay. Your head says 75,000 units are empty in NYC. I've heard big numbers like that. I don't know. Yeah, I couldn't attest to any specific number because I'm not looking at any sources in front of me. I don't have that particular statistic logged in my brain. But there's millions of just empty homes across the United States. Empty rental units. And an even larger supply right now, at least in terms of square footage, if I'm not mistaken, of commercial real estate, retail real estate, as both of those have been going through some serious pains as of late. Particularly with things like Amazon out there, retail, don't have the same sort of what do you call it? Purchasing power, or even reasons to get physical locations. Could be working to transition some of those places into housing, but it would also require mostly local governments to get on the ball with that, change regulations on how zoning. Okay, let's go to this story, since we were already talking about RealPage, who many Airbnbers were using, maybe still using to this day. This has technically still not been made illegal, even though they're being sued multiple times over. Let's go to this. Family says Airbnb rental looked like it was abandoned. Claimed it was not as advertised. Global news from a day ago.
There were weeds everywhere. There were trenches in front of the house. Peeling paint everywhere. It looked like it was completely abandoned.
Janine Little says the house she booked through Airbnb in South Langley was nothing like the beautiful home that was advertised online.
The house was basically empty. We were fortunate to have beds in the 4 bedrooms.
Little's family and 2 others had traveled from Kelowna for their son's lacrosse tournament and were looking forward to some downtime on the property, but the trampoline was nothing like it was pictured online.
Folded, completely broken. It looked like the trampoline had been through a tornado.
After the first night, Little contacted Airbnb with their concerns and were promised another house, so they packed up, headed to the tournament, only to find out that property had fallen through.
The thought that our 3 families were going to be stranded was completely horrific.
Little said
It sucks. You know, this is maybe why we shouldn't have replaced everything with apps. I feel like it's genuinely made a lot of stuff worse. Let's be real. Airbnb, Uber, all these things we've talked about in the past. Let's go to this. Let's go to this. This is news I was expecting perhaps a bit earlier, but here we are now, months down the road, many months depending on where you want to start. This is from Reuters from a day ago. Boeing names a new CEO.
Boeing on Wednesday named aviation industry veteran Kelly Ortberg as its president and CEO after a months-long search, tasking him with the monumental job of turning around the struggling plane maker. Ortberg, a former executive at aerospace company Rockwell Collins, faces a multitude of issues at Boeing, including reviving jet production and rebuilding trust with regulators, the industry, and the public. One of the 2 global plane makers, Boeing has been mired in a reputational and safety crisis after a January 5th mid-air cabin panel blowout on an Alaska Airlines-operated MAX 9 jet carrying 171 passengers. That led to an executive reshuffle in which CEO Dave Calhoun decided to step down by the end of the year. Calhoun will be a special advisor to the board until March 2025.
Okay, so the guy that they have appointed as CEO is appears to be somebody with an engineering background who worked in like aeronautics, if you will, from the beginning of his career. So I gotta say, it seems like a better choice than what they had before, which I'm pretty sure that guy was just like an MBA sort of efficiency, productivity guy. And so it might work out well. We will see how that all shakes out. Just figured out how to clue people in on what's been happening there. How far are we? An hour 19. Why is it in this order? This is stupid. No, I'm gonna do it this way. Let's go to this. This is from 6 hours ago, Cron 4, which I believe is a Bay Area news outlet. According to them, CrowdStrike is being sued by its shareholders over its software outage.
A global outage that saw planes grounded, banks shut, and government services disrupted is now the focus of a US courtroom battle. Shareholders have sued CrowdStrike, the cybersecurity company.
I was looking at one thing. Whatever. Reuters.
Behind the software update that crashed more than 8 million computers. They argue the firm defrauded them by concealing how its inadequate software testing could cause the outage. Shareholders said they learned CrowdStrike's assurances about its technology were materially false and misleading.
Okay.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
So yeah, that was Reuters, not Ground 4. That's my bad. I was looking at the next one. I have too many things to look at. You know, sometimes my eyes are just not doing what they should be. Where do we go next? Oh, right. I was gonna say, I was gonna say something, now I forgot what it was. Whatever. CrowdStrike's being sued. Who knows exactly how that's all gonna turn out. Let's go on. Talk about this. Apparently, this is the one from Crown 4 from 6 hours ago. Apparently, new autonomous shuttle service is hitting the road in Walnut Creek. And by autonomous, well, you'll see.
4's Philippe Jagal shows us the new shuttle pilot program that rolled out in Walnut Creek.
Pat and Arlene Zimmer among the first to hop on the latest mode of transportation in Walnut Creek.
It just reduces the need to get in a car and drive.
The free Presto autonomous shuttle service launched by the Contra Costa Transportation Authority Thursday in the Rossmore Senior Living Community. An 8 to 9 month pilot program boasting 2 electric shuttles running a 10 to 12 minute pre-programmed route Monday through Friday. A trained attendant will always be on board. It rides very smooth.
I'm sorry. I find it really weird that they want to make things autonomous, spend all this money, and then have the same exact number of people driving the bus. He's still got his hands on the wheel. He's doing all of the normal things you'd be doing while driving. I feel like when they turned him on this video, like, I'm like, what the fuck is happening? I thought you said this was an autonomous bus. Pick a lane.
But the 7-passenger shuttle is controlled remotely by Beep Incorporated, and the Zimmers feel safe.
I'm old enough to remember when there was an operator in an elevator, so I ride the elevator almost every day.
Actually, is that a normal wheel? Well, I gotta go back now. Maybe it's not. You can see there's definitely something right here. This looks like a wheel. Like a weird wheel. But maybe I'm wrong.
On board, it rides very smooth. But the 7-passenger shuttle is controlled remotely by Beep Incorporated, and the Zimmers feel safe.
I'm old enough to remember when there was an operator in an elevator, so I ride the elevator almost every day, and I do it myself, so it's autonomous, and I think that's where our future is, and that's where.
Yeah, but there's no pedestrians inside of the elevator shaft. Come on, man. Oh boy. So yeah, there's the quote-unquote autonomous bus system that can carry 7 whole people at once. Revolutionary. Well, I hope everybody has been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't yet, hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe. They both really help out. If you've done both of those things and you still want to help make sure that the Galactic News Network is the thing that happens, well, here's a good idea. You can help contribute on Patreon. Become a Galactic producer for just a few US dollars a month. get access to a whole bunch of super sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn galaxy. That's right. You can hang out poolside with me, dancing, or just chilling. Among many other sorts of very sweet benefits. Alright, galactic intermission. I'll be right back. Perhaps grab yourselves a drink or a snack.
Do you know what we're here for?
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
chat. We are getting on to the environmental portion of this show, so get back to those seed space fans. Alright, yeah, let's start here. This is a little story from Reuters. Came out earlier today. This robot uses AI to zap weeds without harming crops.
Meet Claus, a robot created to make the future of farming more sustainable. The prototype is designed for two main tasks, weeding and crop monitoring. It's a combination of artificial intelligence and robotics, and its makers say it can get into the tough spots when farmers or other equipment cannot.
Nobody really wants to go through a field weeding on a really wet, windy, cold day, so why not give it to a robot?
CLAUS stands for Concentrated Light Autonomous Weeding and Scouting. The robot was designed by Earth Rover. It uses patented concentrated light technology to eliminate weeds without damaging surrounding crops or soil. James Miller is the CEO of the agriculture tech startup.
So the best way of describing it is a schoolboy with a magnifying glass. So it concentrates the light onto a small focal point on the meristem, the growing point of the weed, and delivers a small pulse of energy, which is enough to kill the weed.
On the left is what the field looks like, and on the right is what CLAUS sees.
It takes an individual photograph and assesses the crop beneath it, identifies the crop, protects that, and then identifies the weeds around it and says, "They're enemy, I'm targeting those." And that all happens in a split second and starts shooting at the weeds.
Literally lasers.
Miller says this method is more sustainable by reducing greenhouse gas emissions that could be released during soil disturbance. To help monitor crop...
Whoops. What just happened? Why and also what? Just load circle. Hold on. What the fuck?
CLAUS is equipped with 8 built-in
cameras.
now
You want to work. Thanks.
It collects real-time data using AI computer vision, which is then sent to Earth Rover's Farm Control and Intelligence System. The information allows farmers to make timely decisions about the health and growth of the crop. CLAUS runs on battery...
Okay, I think we get it. Lasers. For weeds. I feel like it's definitely better than some of the alternatives. Like pesticides. Although I think they're probably still using some of those things. Like the herb killer, like the Roundup stuff. You know, that causes cancer, kills people who spray it. Honestly, I will, in that case, especially since it seems to be powered by its own solar panel cells, I will take AI in this case. Aside from some of the implicated jobs that are lost, that are probably, whatever. God damn it. Why does everything have to have a downside in this goddamn world? Alright. Now, we will survive. Let's go on to this. Global news from 8 hours ago. Massive Chilcotin River landslide in BC could cause flash flooding in the next 24 to 48 hours.
Government officials say they are planning for the possibility of a catastrophic break. A landslide in the Farwell Canyon has the Chilcotin River completely blocked. Behind the slide, a new lake has formed, which is growing by the second, and there's concern how long the dam can hold.
We don't have a certain timeline of when that could breach. The risk is imminent, and that is why the evacuation order has been put in place downstream of the dam.
Now, taking a closer look at those evacuation orders on the Chilcotin River, there was 2 of them issued by the Caribou Regional District, which covered 12 homes and 13 people. And those folks were asked to leave the area immediately, head north on Highway 20 up to Williams Lake, where the Emergency Services Center is located. An emergency alert sent out Wednesday asked people and boaters to immediately leave areas on the river or along the banks of the Chilcotin and down the Fraser River to Hope. The slide is 30 meters high and 600 meters long. The Thompson-Nicola Valley Regional District is stopping ferries at Lytton and Big Bar. This image...
Okay. So, yeah, that thing is holding back a bunch of water. Look at that thing. I mean, the landslide, all the land that went into the river there is holding back an entire river, so it's just building up behind it. They're just kind of waiting. There's literally no precedent, essentially, for them to go off of and be like, this is how long it's gonna take. You know, it's an unintentional dam. So suddenly, everybody downriver is in a little bit of trouble. BC is having a rough summer. Undoubtedly. It has been a very rough summer for BC. Let's go to California. This is from Reuters from 13 hours ago. Father and son firefighters lose their own homes in the park fire. If you're not aware, the park fire is a massive fire currently burning in Northern California. That is California's 5th ever biggest fire. I think it's approaching 500,000 acres burned at this point.
This is what's left of the Tejon family home in Northern California. Father and son, Dave and Jonathan, are volunteer firefighters. But as they tried to save their community of Cohasset from California's monster park fire, their own homes were lost.
It's sad to see my son lose his place. And he's worked so hard, and it's where he grew up as a child, and I sold it to him when he came and said he wanted to buy it and raise his kid there. And, you know, he was doing that.
The park fire is the largest wildfire in the U.S. Officials said on Tuesday night it was bigger than the city of Los Angeles. Thousands of firefighters have been working to tame it. Dave and Jonathan were on a camping trip and more than 6 hours from home when they heard about the fire edging ever closer to Cohasset. Once they realized the seriousness of the park fire, they sprang into action.
We got on the engine, we left, and we got to it. I knew it was going to be bad. I was hoping that it wouldn't.
The pair graduated from the Cal Fire Academy together and have battled wildfires alongside one another over the last several years. They are still coming to terms with what happened.
I feel luckier than some of the people here because we do have a few things, not very much, but a few things to hold in our hands that survived.
He's trying to focus on what did survive, like the family pets and some photos.
Right now, the devastation is very emotional, and the friends that I've known for so many years have just stepped up and shown so much support. It's you know, I feel rich in that.
Well, thankfully he has people who are there for him and a positive attitude with all this going on. A lot of vape talk going on in chat. Let's go to this. We go a little bit east here to Colorado. We talked very briefly about one of these fires in the last week, and in a short period of time, a number of fires in Colorado have sprouted up and are burning now quite a large area. Not the same sort of what do you call it? Scale as California right now, but I figure we should still talk about these that are happening right now.
We are following breaking news in Boulder County right now, where we know officials found the remains of at least one person as they work to battle the Stone Canyon fire. It's burning near Lyons. We also know at least 5 structures have burned. Your reporter, Brian Sherrod, is joining us live right now. Brian, what are we learning as fire crews work to get some containment?
And you know, Michelle, when we were listening to their press conference today at 10, we saw them in person in Lyons. They said they're trying to knock it all out by today. Now, we do know that it's still at 1,320 acres. It didn't really grow that much, but they also told us that it's at 0 containment, so a lot of work has to be done for to put up this fire. We can also tell you that the intersection where we are right now, which is Boulder Turnpike, west and east directions are both reopened, so drivers can drive through this area. Now, like I was mentioning before, not a huge growth from overnight, and fire crews are working to secure the west and south sides of this area. This is right close to Lyons. Now, I asked about that containment, and like I mentioned before, 0% is what they told me, and Sheriff Johnson still says they're hoping to knock this fire out by today.
There will be a considerable effort today to continue to work on this fire. We expect air resources to be returning today, dropping both slurry and water on hotspots on the fire, and we're really going to push hard today to try to knock this fire down.
And when it comes to Johnson talking about those air resources, he's talking about having to share between this fire right here out of Lyons, but also the Alexander Mountain fire. Now, like I mentioned before, the restrictions when it comes to the evacuations have been lifted. You can go west back to Lyons, but if you're trying to go up north through the Broadway area, it's going to be closed off at this time. Again, the 2 biggest things, 5 structures were destroyed.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to hear all of this. You wanted to move to Colorado because of the air quality, but with all the fires, yeah, definitely makes it a bit more of a complicated situation, doesn't it? I mean, even with the fires right now, I feel like it's technically slightly better than some big cities out there. Depending on where you are, of course. Hold on, there's more to talk about, because he was just talking about one thing.
There is a shelter set up over at Dakota Ridge High School for those people who had to evacuate. And, you know, the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department and firefighters know this is going to be a tough slog trying to get this fire contained today.
We are currently over 200 acres, and it will grow. There's no doubt. This is a complex fire exhibiting active fire behavior that is not conducive for a ground attack. The terrain doesn't allow for it. The good news is that we have a large air support dropping fire retardant.
Now, you heard some of the challenges they face there, and in addition to the terrain, there's just a lot of dry fuel up there from how hot and dry it's been. Also, another thing that the firefighters are facing, a threat to their safety, is the threat of rattlesnakes that are up there. They're trying to avoid those while they're trying to get containment on the fire, and they're all doing that all while being a little bit shorthanded because firefighters are still fighting those other fires up north. They say there's about 70 firefighters on this fire. Hopefully they'll get it knocked out soon and get some containment.
So yeah, multiple fires burning in the Colorado area. If you add them all up, at least 10,000 acres currently burning. One person already died from this. And according to this next video we're about to watch, at least 5 firefighters were injured while fighting the fires burning in Jefferson County. Same place they were just talking about.
Now to Jefferson County, just one of the areas that people have been forced to evacuate from their homes. Your reporter Jasmine Arena is joining us live as the quarry fire burns at least 321 acres. Jasmine, we heard from officials. What have you learned?
Yeah, officials now say it's actually 341 acres and 0% containment still. No structures or homes were destroyed, so that's the good news, and the fire did not grow overnight. However, air support and boots on the ground is essential today. The main priority is to not let flames jump over Deer Creek Canyon, an area with many homes. As of now, 0% containment, like I mentioned, and firefighters were injured. At least 5 got sick, 4 of heat exhaustion, and 1 had a seizure. All of them are now okay, and most of them are back, boots on the ground. And the San Juan Hot Crew shot
4 had heat exhaustion, 1 had a seizure, and most of them are back out there already. Wow. That is intense. Okay. If you needed more evidence for us needing to change our energy infrastructure and fossil fuels and stuff here, there you go. But we are not done. This is from a different fire. This is the Stone Canyon fire in Lyons, also in Colorado. This fire's already burned down 5 homes and is still threatening, I think,
Top of the Stone Canyon fire as well that continues to burn in an area north of Lyons. This fire has sadly taken the life of 1 resident and burned 5 homes. This fire has also grown to 1,548 acres and is now 20% contained. Boulder County just recently enacted stage 2 fire restrictions. Your reporter Brian Sherrod has been following this fire since yesterday morning. He's joining us live from Boulder County. Brian, crews are still working hard to fully contain this fire.
And Brian, the original plan was for crews to come, use their air control and air systems and be able to put fire retardant all over here and water on that fire as well. But now Boulder County of Disaster Management says that air team is not going to be here, and they're actually going to be focusing on other fires that are burning in the area. So this fire has been burning since Tuesday afternoon. The most active area of the fire is in northeast side. Governor Jared Polis and Representative Joe Neguse expressed their condolences with the person who died in this fire. We're also told the 5 homes that burned down were in the Eagle Ridge and Stone Mountain areas. Now Boulder County is asking for tips to see exactly how this fire started.
We're going to treat this as an overall investigation to figure out.
Yeah, this is all around Boulder. That's right, Del Sol Verde. I actually know some. I think at least a couple of people who live in the area. Should probably see if they're doing okay. Good God. Seems like there's fires everywhere. Was I gonna? You know, they're just gonna keep listening to this.
Exactly what happened, but if anybody has information or tips about how the fire started, we want to gather that. We don't want to eliminate anything during the investigation.
Now, the containment of this fire is still at 20%, and like you just heard Boulder County Sheriff's Office say, the next step is finding out exactly how this fire started. And Brian, remember this time at noon yesterday, this was at 0%. So for it to go from 0% containment to 20% containment means at least there's a little bit of relief happening, and the goal again is.
Right. I mean, from 0 to 20, it's definitely optimistic, somewhat. You know some kids from South Park? Interesting. Alright, let's look at this video. This is the most recent of the videos I got on all of this. This is from just a few hours ago.
Now to the latest on those wildfire numbers. The largest fire is the Alexander Mountain Fire in Larimer County. In just the last hour, officials confirm it has grown to more than 8,000 acres since Monday. It's 0% contained.
Over there at the Stone Canyon Fire in Boulder County, it's more than 1,500 acres, and it is now 20% contained.
No growth reported overnight in the Quarry Fire, burning 341 acres in Jefferson County.
The Lakeshore Fire, burning near Gross Reservoir, remains at 6 acres and 0% containment.
And we have live team coverage for you tonight, spanning the 4 major fires across the Front Range.
So let's get started with Denver 7's Veronica Costa outside the Alexander Mountain Fire in Larimer County. Veronica, we just learned 24 structures have burned now in that fire.
Yeah, we're talking about 24 structures, Jacqueline, that the Larimer County Sheriff's Office says have either been lost or damaged by the Alexander Mountain Fire. Those officials making this clear, though. Some of those are homes, some of those are outbuildings. They are in the area of Palisade Mountain Drive and Snowtop Drive. And you all mentioned this. This fire has now burned more than 8,000 acres. Officials downgrading the containment.
I'm not laughing at the structure being burned down. I'm laughing at what she, like, I forget what the lead anchor said. But they go to Carolyn. Carolyn's like, that's right, because the first one said 24. She's like, that's right, 24. It's like, okay, we can all do the math. We know what a dozen is.
Percentage to about 0%. The reasoning for that is because the fire has continued to grow. We also know more than 260 fire personnel are working this fire. Crews also telling us today they have ordered more, but those orders, they have gone unfulfilled because of all the other fires that are burning all across the country. Now,
yeah, that's part of the problem with having an oversized fire season, as we are already having in the United States. Resources pre-allocated to other things. Nobody's expecting there to be multiple fires that are literally historic in size, like the park fire, the one in Oregon, which was over 300,000 acres. I mean, there was just oh my god. No kidding. Resources are stretched thin right now. But at 8,000 acres, 0% contained. Yeah, it's a problem. Okay. Now let's go to this. I was not expecting to see this all of a sudden. But this was from 12 hours ago from Associated Press. Homes and roads destroyed. Cars stuck after flooding in Vermont. This seemingly came out of nowhere. Damn. You can see there's a roof back here. This is crazy. There's another roof back there too. Okay, what else do we have? Oh shit, we got actually a bunch of stuff to talk about for the environment today. Let's go to this. In New York, subway riders complain about broken air conditioning in the sweltering heat.
Subway riders who rely on the one train say they've encountered far too many train cars without air conditioning, and during these exceptionally hot days like today, it's unbearable. Our Zinnia Maldonado went to check out the trains and asked the MTA about the issue.
A steamy Thursday afternoon left many subway riders drenched in sweat and trying to stay cool while waiting on the platform here inside the Columbus Circle subway station.
And I said, oh, when we came in, it could be better. And no, it was terrible.
Riders looking to escape the heat for a few minutes in for an unpleasant surprise, stepping into a subway car with no air conditioning.
It's hot outside and coming into a hot train, it's like almost feels very suffocating.
I was hoping it would be a little cooler because I came here and was expecting a little bit of a break from the heat.
Now it is
She looked
extremely
really sad
hot
about it,
in
too.
here. We're currently traveling on a southbound one train, and as you can see, according to this thermometer, it is more than 90 degrees inside the subway car. We reached out to the MTA expressing concern from one train riders who say they constantly deal with no AC.
Fucking sauna. 98 degrees. Ugh.
So hot right now.
during their commute.
Every day I use one train and there is no air condition.
The MTA says older rail car classes, such as the one line, were 3 times more likely to undergo a hot car incident over the past 3 years. Adding that running subway cars with functioning air conditioning is an operational goal for the MTA, meeting it 99% of the time. The MTA does not place a car with an identified AC issue into service, and it is an internal policy to remove a car for repairs if an air conditioning issue is reported. The MTA urges riders who run into a hot car make note of the train car number and report the issue via the My MTA app or dial 511. From Columbus Circle, Zinnia Maldonado, CBS News, New York.
The MTA adds that despite the routine checks made by crews at the end of the line, there could always be subway cars with air conditioning issues that go unreported.
That has to be a health hazard. It certainly is. It is a health hazard. We've talked about how hot it requires, the human body requires it to be. 98 degrees definitely meets that threshold. It exceeds it. Especially for people who are already dealing with some sort of a health condition. Okay, let's look at this. Probably we should have all expected that this was going to be coming. Now, it's not a guarantee, but I figure we should look at this little forecast here.
Thank you very much for joining me. I'm meteorologist Brian Shields, and thank you for all the likes on yesterday's video. All right, let's just get right to it. This is the tropical disturbance we've been watching. My immediate concern is the flooding, the potential of that near Puerto Rico, a little bit more so the Dominican Republic, Haiti, and eventually into Cuba, even parts of the southern Bahamas and Turks and Caicos. We're going to see some flooding and a landslide potential out of this. That is the immediate concern. The second thing I'm watching for is the higher likelihood that this does now become a hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico. It is looking more and more likely that this will work its way to the Gulf of Mexico and then eventually become a hurricane. Now, here's what's going on. Here's Haiti, the Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, scattered about as we get back toward Guadalupe, up toward St. Martin, back toward the British and U.S. Virgin Islands. Kind of hit or miss showers and storms. So Puerto Rico, off toward the Dominican Republic, we're going to see more, especially across Hispaniola, Haiti, and the DR. We could get some really heavy rain at times as this moves in. Turks and Caicos, periods of some heavier rain. Keep me.
Hey, hold on. I'm gonna skip ahead because it's a 20-minute video about the weather. There.
Even a hurricane near the Panhandle, Florida, Big Bend. But at that point, as I mentioned with the American model, I'm still not certain what exactly happens, where this may eventually end up. The short term, very concerned about the rain. You see, as this kind of tracks its way toward Cuba, high rain totals possible. Now, with everything I'm seeing now, I don't hold back. I like to let you know everything I'm seeing. This is what I would have as the most likely path of this. Will this change? Probably. There's a lot of uncertainty, as I already mentioned. But for tomorrow, there'll be plenty of rain working back from Haiti back into Cuba. Life-threatening flooding a possibility, even some storms possible, Cayman Islands and Jamaica. Saturday, once it gets toward western Cuba near the Florida Keys, I expect it to strengthen at that point into a tropical depression or tropical storm. Then on Sunday, lifting to the north and developing into a hurricane. Does it just kind of hook into Florida, or does it move more to the north, or does the trend go back to the west? Not sure on the end point of...
Okay, cool. Well, not cool, but that about does it for that video. Just figured we would keep an eye out for the potential hurricanes, as it is, of course, hurricane season. There's probably going to be a bunch more of these, honestly, and well, this one appears, at least according to this guy, Mr. Weatherman, may very well hit the panhandle of Florida by Sunday. Alright, let's go to this. This is from Reuters from a day ago. Spanish heat breaks maximum temperature record in Barcelona.
That's hot. The tiger mosquitoes inside the...
No. Fuck that one. Barcelona broke its maximum temperature record with 104 Fahrenheit heat. According to Catalonia's regional weather agency, Mediocat. Like that name. Mediocat.
Pasar todo este tiempo de calor es insoportable, ¿sabes?
Spending all this time in the heat is unbearable, you know? I drink water. You don't feel like eating.
Agua, no te apetece comer, solamente te apetece tomar
like
agua,
drinking
agua y agua,
water
y todo el
and
día
water,
estás así.
and you're like this
Y este
all day
calor
long.
te
In the
pega
heat,
duro, ¿sabes?
hits you hard.
No
You
se
know?
puede soportar.
Can't stand it.
So hot right now.
I think I might need to adopt a cat and then name it Mediocat. That is a fun name. Like a meteor, but a cat. Catior. No, Mediocat's much better. Alright, let's go east to Italy. Wildfire in Rome surprises residents and sparks evacuations. This is from 19 hours ago out of Reuters. Large wildfire broke out in Rome that sparked evacuations. It's very big. It started at lunchtime and developed through the afternoon.
E poi si è sviluppato per tutto il resto del pomeriggio. Ma io sono ritornata verso le 3 dall'ufficio.
I returned after 3 from the office, and then there were plumes of black smoke rising
Bucava lì dietro al casale degli Strozzi.
from Casale Strozzi Street, and then the flames were high, a very bad thing.
Una brutta cosa.
You're getting ready for sleepy times. Yeah, it is definitely sleepy time for many people at this time. Alright, let's go to this. Associated Press from a day ago. Wildfire spread in Albania and North Macedonia, forcing evacuations there as well. Got 2 videos on this.
Kemi angazhuar disa bashki për më shumë se 20 automjete zjarrtëse dhe më shumë se për gjatë gjithë natës deri në orët e parë të mëngjesit për të lokalizuar vatrën e zjarrit këtu në zonën e
I have no idea what he is saying. The U.S. rowing team just won gold, first time since 1960. Historic. Oh, right. There's one. This is drone footage showing the aftermath of that wildfire you're just looking at. Damn. Oh my god, that's a building. You can barely tell. Wow. First off, how is this place still standing? But holy shit. Do you see how close this plane is putting this down? Like, oh wow. That's uncomfortable. Holy shit. That's 2 fucking fires in a row. Rome and what is this? I don't know the name of this place. It's in Albania. Must have said it somewhere. Shenzhen, Albania. How do you say it? We need one more like to hit 50. 50. Are we over 40? Because I never gave you another. I don't think I ever gave you another character. Alright, let's go to Sicily. Extended drought parches most of Sicily, and farmers are worrying about being forced to sell all of their animals.
Siamo in un momento di calura massima e praticamente gli animali hanno bisogno di tantissima acqua. Quindi quando in azienda arriva un autobus di 10.000 litri d'acqua significa che la portano oggi, domani mattina non ce n'è più.
Abbiamo avuto un'estate molto calda e secca, a cui è seguito un autunno comunque con scarse precipitazioni, e questo è stato un po'.
I just realized they're just talking in Italian. I'm not even attempting to translate. All because I'm trying to make sure you get your support characters. Hold on. Make sure we get it on both. This is a nearly unprecedented number of characters. I think this is only rivaled by maybe 1 or 2 other streams in existence. With the number of ESCs out on the screen here. Can the galactic comic universe sustain this? I don't know. Oh shit. Come on. Switch. I'm just gonna play this and read. Alright. We are in a moment of extreme heat.
E praticamente gli animali hanno bisogno di tantissima
water. Yep, makes sense.
Quindi quando in azienda arriva un autobus di 10.000 litri d'acqua significa che la portano oggi, domani mattina non ce n'è più.
Abbiamo avuto un'estate molto calda e secca, a cui è seguito un autunno comunque con scarse precipitazioni, e questo è stato un po' un mix che ha creato la situazione critica di adesso, insomma, in cui c'è una siccità sia di invasi, sia di falda che agricola, insomma, quindi una somma di eventi che effettivamente ha portato a una situazione disastrosa.
Fuck off.
Qua in questo piccolo bacino l'acqua per gli animali non è mancata.
Here in the small basin water.
L'inverno sempre di più.
Sorry, this is a close-up of Ben Shapiro's wife. Oh.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
Here in the small basin water had never been lacking.
L'inverno sempre di più.
The water level is high during winter and a bit low during summer, but there had always been water in this place.
Prima c'era il turno settimanale,
either we had water ration once a week, now it's every 15 days.
Quindi non siamo in grado
di accumulare
acqua.
Water to fill up the cisterns.
Quindi la stiamo cercando
we're looking for water in all
tutti i mezzi
possible
possibili e immaginabili. Noi facciamo un allevamento al pasto, ora questo
this is now no
non è
longer
più
possible. Yeah, I mean the land is just parched, it's dead. What are they supposed to graze on? Dirt? So yeah, things not going super good in Sicily. And we were talking about how, I think it was Sicily, we were also talking about how the water at least in the tourist spots, is at least most of its water being diverted to the tourist spots so that the tourists get to have the normal amount of water that they expect, while, you know, the rest of the people are dealing with literal desertification. Okay. Let's go to this. This happened over the last couple of days. I think we talked about this maybe on, what's today? It's been Tuesday. But this death toll keeps going up. If you recall, a landslide happened in India after very heavy rains happened right around the same time Typhoon Gaimi hit the south of China. The death toll has now risen to nearly 200 people. There are still many more survivors who are missing. And, yeah, got a couple of videos to look at regarding all of this. Let's start here with global news from a day ago.
Multiple landslides triggered by torrential rains in southern India have killed more than 150 people. The Indian Air Force conducted rescue operations as crews on the ground worked feverishly to search for dozens still missing in the southern state of Kerala. Cars, houses, and even entire roads were swept away by torrents of muddy floodwater.
I lost my son and grandchild. The river swept them away. I don't have a life anymore. I've lost everything. And the rescue workers, they've found his body. Will go to the mortuary to see his body. Actually, the search and rescue operations were going on, and the rescuers are still continuing the search operations. Okay, but at present, the climate is also favoring us. But there may be chances for heavy rain also. This was my house, which is completely destroyed. My elder and younger brothers also used to live nearby. The water slowly started coming into our houses during the night after an hour of rain. After 2 hours, gushing water entered the entire area. My 2 young daughters and my wife started climbing uphill and saved themselves.
I'm very afraid to stay here. We don't know when the rain will come. Nothing we know. So I'm very afraid. I feel we are not secured in this place. We can't sleep at night. Very afraid, and our heart is so much of shaking. So very afraid.
God damn. Oh my god, look at this. Look how much mud and debris came down this fucking hill. Oh my god. I've never heard anybody say that. My heart is shaking. Interesting way to put it. Just gonna go straight to this next one.
There was a lovely school over here, and the school is totally damaged now. And the houses I've seen, many houses are gone.
By the way, I don't think they say it, but in the, you notice in the title it says that these landslides killed at least 194 up here. Oopsies. Not what I meant to do. Whoa. What the fuck just happened? Oh god. Space pollen. Okay. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so that was a more updated video than the one before it. And this is the most recent video. 11 hours ago, Global News, India landslides. Crews rush to complete bridge to marooned area as search for survivors continues.
Hopes of finding more than 180 missing people alive are waning in southern India. This as rescue workers search through mud and debris for a third day after a landslide set off by torrential rains killed at least 194 people. A Kerala state official said rescue work continues to be challenging as more rain fell today. Some of the victims have been found downriver, some 20 miles from the area where the main landslides occurred. Local media reported most of the victims were tea estate workers. More than 5,500 people have been rescued, with some 1,100 rescue personnel, helicopters, and heavy equipment involved.
According to the latest information that we have received, more than 200 deaths have been reported. Bodies are still being recovered, and over 200 people are also injured. On the first day, 150 people were rescued. Today, we realigned and redistributed. The research for survivors and buried dead bodies is still going on, particularly in important spots where there were big houses built.
उन जगहों पर खोज हो रही है जिससे कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा जो लोग दबे हुए हैं उनकी डेड बॉडीज निकाली जा सके.
We,
as of now, are on the third day of the operation, which we have launched. Almost all people who are trapped and needed rescue have been rescued. Now we need to get into the houses and see if there are any people who are trapped inside the houses whom we cannot find. For that, we need heavy equipment. Our bridge is nearing completion at 10 o'clock today, and once the bridge comes up, it will be a major change. We will be able to induct all equipment into the site. And once the equipment goes into the site, then we will be able to dig for people.
Oh my god. How many deadly landslides do you figure we've seen on this stream for the last what, 5 months now? It's almost been, I think, it's almost been 6 months. I think in a few weeks it'll be a full 6 months since the first Galactic News Network stream.
We've been talking about saving the Amazon for 30 years. Almost 30 years ago, Sting held a concert to save...
Megastar says hydrate. Okay, I will hydrate. I appreciate that.
The world's largest rainforest, the Amazon, is crucial.
I hope you've all been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, make sure to like and also subscribe. They both really help out. Still need to get to 500 subscribers on YouTube. be able to get it monetized and allow us to have memberships on the channel. We are still monetized on both Patreon and Twitch, so if you want to help contribute to what I do around here, well, there's a link for Patreon, and there's a link for Twitch. I would point out that on Patreon, I get a much better cut than I do on Twitch. I think the best you can do is with bits. I think you pay like 1.5 to 1, right? 4 bits. And so, what is that? Two-thirds of the profit of bits goes to me. But it's worse with subs. And Patreon, it's like 90%. Over 90% of Patreon's memberships go directly to keeping this stream alive. Not only that, but the amount of benefits that come with the Patreon memberships versus Twitch are just, it's like apples and oranges. Impossible to compare the two. Oh, Soul Life is, my own mod is flicking me off for capitalist messaging. So rude. Alright, alright, I see how it is. Well, enjoy this galactic intermission.
And without the Amazon, without securing the largest standing tropical forest in the world, we cannot achieve a climate solution, and nothing else we do will matter. Thanks to the Letitia Act, a framework for recognizing and protecting the valuable forest and its people, signed by the governments of Guyana, Suriname, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia, and Brazil. There is a way forward. Thank you, President Bouquet, for your leadership in formulating the pact. But this initiative, this pact, must have funding. It must have teeth. It must have legislative legitimacy. Conservation International has been working in Amazonia for over 30 years. And we are here now to stand with you to put funding, to put teeth in this ambition. President Macron, we're sincerely grateful to the French government, which has committed to investing in this effort with a $100 million contribution. Thank you. It's a great start. It is a great start, but it is not enough. On behalf of Conservation International, I'm honored to announce that we are committing an additional $20 million in funding. But we can't do it alone. We need all the help that we can get. This money must go directly to indigenous people and civil society. The people on the front line, the people on the ground, the people with their feet in the mud. Our efforts will have effect. We will make great progress. And we are not alone. There's a new force of nature at hand, stirring all over the world. They are the young people whom, frankly, we have failed, who are angry, who are organized, who are capable of making a difference. They are a moral army. And the most important thing that we can do for them is to get the hell out of their way.
You hope that they make a space allergen tablet. I do too. Sadly, it's a very niche condition. Thankfully, yeah, it affects mostly billionaires. So maybe I'll get some progress on that at some point. Maybe if Elon decides to get on that one. By the way, I think my software has lagged to the point that you're gonna be owed a support character. If you truly did achieve 50, thank you for all of the blessings in chat. I'm fine. I'm fine. By the way, it's that time. Back to your seat, space fams. The global news is about to start. The Galactic Final Third. Global news. Brought to you by space. And me, GalacticStreamLord. Let's go here first to space. King 5 Seattle from 6 hours ago. Can I see the northern lights tonight? Aurora forecast for August 1st, 2024. That's today. Wait, that was yesterday. I guess it might still be going on. What's happening? This is not... Oh, this is drone footage from the floods in India. Wrong thing.
Coronal mass ejections, or CMEs, continue to eject from the sun, and a CME is expected to reach Earth, which means a geomagnetic storm can occur. Because of this, NOAA's Space Weather Prediction Center issued a G2 geomagnetic storm watch for Friday night and Saturday night. But G2 watches are not uncommon at all. To put it into perspective, the storm back in May was a rare G5. So what does all of this mean for us in Washington? The northern lights may be visible through the weekend. You may be able to see them if you look at the horizon away from city lights, roughly between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m.
10 p.m. and 2 a.m. for anybody on the West Coast right now. This is happening right now for you. Yeah. Although you have to be a bit north, it looks like, to really see it. Idaho, Montana, the Dakotas. What does that say? I'm trying to read your random fonts in chat. It's throwing me off. Something toilet? It's too small to read. Okay, alright. Enough space news. Let's go to this. Venezuela. Here is CBS News from a day ago. Venezuela's Maduro says he is willing to be investigated. Opposition cries foul.
Venezuela's President Nicolas Maduro said he asked the country's Supreme Court to conduct an audit of the presidential election. Maduro was declared the winner despite opposition claims it has proof he actually lost by a wide margin. That has sparked widespread protests. The U.S.-based Carter Center deployed monitors to observe the election at Venezuela's request. It has concluded the vote was not democratic. And those protests have carried to several countries, including Canada. CBC's Evan Dyer is at a demonstration happening in Ottawa, and he joins us now. Evan, what's happening there?
Well, members of the local Venezuelan community, Diana, have come here to show their support for the opposition, for its leader, Maria Corina Machado, who was not allowed to run in this election, barred from running for office for 15 years by the Venezuelan government, and also the candidate who they were able to run for the opposition, Edmundo Gonzalez, who people here say was the clear winner of that election. There's also some non-Venezuelans here, and that shows some of the regional significance of this vote. There are people here from Cuba, people here from Nicaragua, allied governments of the Nicolas Maduro government in Venezuela, also undemocratic, and those are people who are hoping that there might be some kind of a chain reaction if the Venezuelan opposition is able to depose the Maduro government in Venezuela. They're hoping to see similar things happen in their own countries. There's a lot of...
Hold on. You need to listen to this whole thing. This guy talked this whole time. I could have sworn there's a part where they... Yeah.
Foreign governments have limited influence, but it has to be concerning to the Maduro government that traditional allies, the larger countries in the region that have socialist governments such as Brazil, Colombia, and Mexico, and which have traditionally been very supportive of the Maduro government.
Okay. I'm just gonna skip past this. I could have sworn sometimes these videos just blend together while I'm watching them, so I don't realize they've switched. And so I assume that some information is still part of the same video. Let's go to this one. Guardian News.
Si están dispuestos al gobierno de Estados Unidos a respetar la soberanía.
I forgot. Let me turn this volume down. If the U.S. government is willing to respect Venezuela's sovereignty and stop threatening Venezuela, we can resume the dialogue. But only based on a single point: the fulfillment of the agreement. The United States, with its false diplomacy, moved around the world to set up this scenario in Venezuela. I have to say it all. We negotiated with the United States in good faith, and they did not comply. They are liars and phonies. They have no word even when they sign an agreement. They were taking advantage of the negotiations to distract us. Almost 80% of the migrants we accepted to return on flights from the U.S. are in the criminal attack. They've been captured in Nueva Esparta. All those captured, all of them, were trained in Chile and Peru. Training centers in Chile, Peru. They are from eastern states and returned to the country 15 days ago. Mr. Gonzalez, these are your troops, right? These are your commandos. This is your peaceful plan. Can these people rule Venezuela? What would you do if you take political power? The things that I have explained here, and that I will continue to explain. Some right-wing spokespersons, Juan Pablo Guanipa, and others have spoken to repeat the election. What do they mean? I won the game of dominoes, now they're asking for a rerun. Okay, interesting. So, if you didn't quite pick up on that, Maduro is blaming the United States government on multiple levels claiming they're partly behind this unrest that you're seeing, that they are negotiating in bad faith economically, which we actually talked about earlier today. And is that one definitely fair? But there are still questions around the legitimacy of this most recent election. Supposedly, in a different what do you call it? In a different part of that press conference, he said that he was willing to have international investigators come and look at everything and the vote tallies and whatever else. So, I mean, hopefully that happens and we can sort of put to rest all of this, figure out the truth, as there's been a lot of claims on both sides. I mean, the opposition said that they won 70+% of the vote, which is a lot. It's a lot to suggest that. Especially because, you know, I don't think polls said that they were up that much initially. Today was Jerry Garcia's birthday. Happy birthday, Jerry Garcia. Solight's birthday is on the 3rd. That's tomorrow. It's very exciting. What are we doing for your birthday? That is the question. Some sort of a celebration. Okay. We're gonna look at one more snippet. This is Maduro from the same press conference he held, I think.
Porque sale el gobierno de Estados
Oops.
Unidos.
This is a protest. U.S. government and the UN
Y el alto comisionado Volker Trump
High Commissioner for Human Rights Volker Turk came out and asked for respect and peaceful protests and said no repression. What do we do? Volker Turk, should we withdraw and let them burn all of the CNE buildings? Government of the United States, we let them burn all the CNE headquarters. Nobody loves you? It's so untrue. So untrue. Fake news. Okay, let's go across the pond to Great Britain. This is from Reuters from 14 hours ago. Bank of England cuts rates from a 16-year high.
The Bank of England.
Wait.
The Bank of England cut interest rates from a 16-year high on Thursday, but it was a close decision. 5 members of the central bank's governing body voted in favour of the move, believing inflation pressures had eased enough for a cut, while 4 were against. They agreed to lower rates by a quarter point to 5%. However, Central Bank Governor Andrew Bailey said they would move cautiously going forward. He said they needed to make sure inflation stays low and be careful not to cut interest rates too quickly or by too much. Rates have been on hold for almost a year, and Thursday saw the first cut since the start of the pandemic in March 2020.
So yeah, this is the first time they have cut rates since 2020. There was a huge hiking of rates that the Bank of England did. So it wasn't just the United States that raised rates. It was Bank of England. It was the ECB. Pretty much all the banks. And even Japan recently started raising rates.
Consumer price inflation returned to the bank's 2% target in May and stayed there in June. This leaves British inflation lower than in the Eurozone and United States. The central bank is focused on what it sees as medium-term drivers of inflation. It includes services prices, wage growth, and more general tightness in the labour market.
Wow, that's a lot of raptors in chat right now. It's truly beautiful and breathtaking. All the good B words, really. Bootylicious. Okay, now we have another story here to talk about in England that happened over the last couple of days. There was a knife attack which led to the death of 2 girls. And unfortunately, a bunch of online disinformation essentially spread and led to a great deal of real-world violence. Let's see if Channel 4 can help us understand what the fuck happened.
It's just heartbreaking. It's just so heartbreaking.
Everyone is trying to make sense of the senselessness of what happened in Southport. The hope that finding out what actually happened brings you closer to the why and helps you start to process it all.
I've got a daughter of my own, and it's just made me, I don't know what to say. Poor children.
But there are also those who are weaponizing the trauma and the anger. Those who decided they knew what happened before anyone else. Spread false information designed to reinforce a world view, not foster understanding. Hours after the stabbing, false information online named the attacker and started getting traction. An X account called Artemis for Now was, as far as we can tell, one of the first accounts to publish the false information that the attacker's name was Ali Al-Shakati and that he was an asylum seeker that arrived by boat. Merseyside police have confirmed that this is not true.
I have to say, you are amazing in terms of your, especially your Twitter.
Amazing, huh? She's amazing. Really. Even though she just literally stirred up anti-Muslim hatred by claiming that an Arab person, someone with an Arab name, murdered 3 girls in cold blood. What a great, yeah. What a, so great.
People are forced to live. And
Artemis for Now is the account of Bernadette Spofforth, a businesswoman living near Chester. She became famous as an anti-lockdown influencer and commentator during COVID, has nearly 50,000 followers on X. She subsequently deleted her post.
That is a fake. I know that she's got a lot more things we should be criticizing her for, but that is a fucking fake bookcase. How dare she?
Chester. She became famous as an anti-lockdown influencer and commentator during COVID, has nearly 50,000 followers on X.
So yeah, so she's a very, very normal, well-adjusted person who... Did you say anti-lockdown commentary? Good God. Oh boy. I guess there's a sort of a very straight line
between these two things.
She subsequently deleted her post about Southport. We tried to contact her today. She did not return our calls. After Artemis, then, how does it become amplified?
So the name is then amplified by a number of accounts, but the most influential was an account called Channel 3 Now News, right? So Channel 3 Now News is not a real news site. It's a fake news site masquerading as a real one. They amplified this and they got loads of retweets.
Channel 3 Now have taken down the article and posted an apology. The giants of disinfluence also pitched in, stirring tensions. Andrew Tate, Tommy Robinson. So where was most of the traffic?
Shocking. Andrew Tate and Tommy Robinson both got on the bus. Wow. Who could have guessed that?
From analysis of posts on X in the last week mentioning the words Southport and Muslim show nearly half of them are from accounts based in the United States, followed by just under a third coming out of the UK.
It's important to sort of acknowledge the fact that this tragedy in Southport is going to be used to try and, especially ahead of the US election, to try and, promote reactionary politics.
No one came.
And if that is the case, at least those of us who are watching this right now, or for those of you who are watching this after the fact, know that this is bullshit and that it was not whatever that name was, Ali. Yeah, it was not that person. Was it Ali al-Shakati? It was not, in fact, that person at all. Fake news.
Illegal.
Okay. Now, let's go a little bit southeast of France. Here is a quick montage of some of the things happening at day 5 of the Paris Olympics. Oh God. You know what they're swimming in, right? That's the Seine. The poop water. I feel like I'm definitely gonna get copyrighted for this music, so I'm just gonna turn it down and talk to you beautiful people in chat. These photos are great, though. Buttcoin is unsuppressed in chat. Yeah, don't suppress Buttcoin in chat, but also no Buttcoin promotion either. Neither suppressed nor promoted. Buttcoin neutral. You get imaginary Buttcoin if you subscribe on my Patreon. It's not real, but in your mind it will always be real. As long as you believe it. Just kidding. That's not one of the amazing space benefits. Becoming a galactic Patreon person. Okay. Let's go on to this. Olympic mascot can be seen all over Paris during the Olympics. Let's see that mascot. Let's see it, Associated Press.
I think it will be nice to put it at home as a decoration. Maybe for Christmas I can try.
I wear at the Olympics with my kids, and that's like a big experience for them, and also for me as well. I've never been there before, and especially because our cousin is disabled, so we're just looking at also the disabled mascot of the Olympics, and that's very nice to see.
The appeal of the mascot is because it is an easy product to buy. There is no size, there is no question of it is for men or women. You don't care. It is something very easy, and it is a good price, I think, because it's around 30 euros. It's easy to take it and carry it and put it in the suitcase. So that is a perfect product as a souvenir and for people.
I like that. A gender neutral disabled mascot. Oh God. There must be at least a few right-wing brains exploding right now. Somewhere. Because of this amazing mascot that they've decided to use. Want to see something else that's causing right-wing brains to explode? Well, I guess let's go to this then. No, we did not wait for an answer, actually. This is from Global News from 9 hours ago. IOC official responds to Algerian boxer's controversial win. The IOC responded Thursday to the controversy surrounding the fight between Algerian boxer Amin Khalif and Italian. Oh my God!
Test.
That was really fast. Italian Angela Carini.
The testosterone is not a perfect test. Many women can have testosterone which is in what would be called male levels, and still be women and still compete as women. So this panacea, this idea that suddenly you do one test for testosterone and that sorts everything out, not the case, I'm afraid. But each sport needs to deal with its issues. They know their sports and their disciplines the best, and you need to target and tailor, I should say, the testing and so on with that. But I think we're all agreed, I hope we're all agreed, that we're not calling for people to go back to the bad old days of sex testing, I think, which was a terrible, terrible thing to do, and I'm sure we all agree that that is not the way forward in this situation. This involves real people, and we're talking about real people's lives here. They have competed and they continue to compete in the women's competition. They have lost and they have won against other women throughout over the years. And by the way, this should make this absolutely clear for everyone. This is not a transgender issue. I know you know that, but I think there has been some misreporting on this, and I think it's very, very important to say that this is not a transgender issue. These women have been competing in competitions for many years.
The boxer has spent 4 years from one Olympic cycle to another, to meet a dream. One dream, of course, to win the World Championships, and another dream to win the Olympic Games, of course, has been taken away. They come to this tournament and it changes, the goalposts change. I feel disappointed for the Italian boxer. For us, for IBA, of course, we weren't allowing this boxer to compete in our events.
Yeesh. The transvestigators are all over this. Yeah, and the fact is she is not transgender, from what I understand. Just has higher levels of testosterone than average women. Won the bout in under a minute.
And
there are 3 simple changes I tell all of my arthritis.
No, don't do that. Don't tell me that. Okay. Hey. All right. Let's move along. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, she was barred from a bunch of competitions. Still managed to get into the Olympics. Let's go on to this. This is from the Associated Press from 8 hours ago. Let's go to Africa here. As police fire gunshots and tear gas at thousands protesting the crisis in Nigeria. Dealing with a bunch of different things, including a currency crisis. I believe over the last 10 years or so, the currency's been devalued by nearly, I think, like 20 to 1. It was originally, I think, like a penny on the dollar, if you will. And now it's fractions of a fraction of a penny. And, yeah, that among other events that have been happening in the country seems to be causing people to be... I'm sure that if you suddenly had to pay 20 times as much for things that you were paying 20 times less for the day before, you'd probably be upset too. Although it didn't happen quite like that. It took time, of course, but hey, just imagine that, right? I mean, America, Canada, United Kingdom, all dealing with inflation problems, but nothing like that. 60 likes, that is ridiculous. And the fact is, I can't give you another. I'll roll it for you now if you want, but that's a Cisco. I'm sorry, that's a Bacula. That's a 1. That is a Scott Bacula. Bacula on deck. But we're deep in on this stream right now, and adding support characters after 3 hours is a difficult task. I will not forget. For next time. Not leaving Africa quite yet. Let's stay focused here in the continent. But let's go to this recent news. This is from Global News a day ago. Sudan's Al Burhan unhurt following drone strike on army base. Vows no retreat or negotiation. This video shows the moment that a graduation ceremony was interrupted by an apparent drone strike. People were seen screaming and running from the site at Gabit Army Base in eastern Sudan. 5 people were killed, but the head of Sudan's armed forces, Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, was uninjured in the strike. We put an end to the terrorized Sudanese. We salute you and through the... Oh my god, this is moving so fast. How am I supposed to read it that fast? Out loud. We put an end to those rebels who terrorize the Sudanese everywhere. We salute you, and though we send messages to our people everywhere that we will not retreat, we will not surrender, and we will not negotiate with any party, no matter who it is. There's nothing that scares us. We do not fear drones. Or else we will not die until our time comes. That's why we will move with our heads high and fight with pride. We will never surrender. Now, I would remind you that Al Burhan here has definitely been at the at the helm of an army that has committed definite war crimes. Well, almost definite war crimes. Unfortunately, UN
I don't think has declared that officially. Have they? I don't think they have. Although there are UN peacekeepers in Sudan now. But, yeah. Honestly, both sides in the Sudan crisis right now have committed war crimes, ethnic cleansing. Now, no one has claimed responsibility for this attack, so we can't say for sure who is behind it. Thank you for the Weebacula on Decula. I love that. Weebacula on Decula. It's amazing. Look at all the ESCs on screen. Yeah, it's a lot of emotional support. It's a lot. Alright, now something else. There's been so many big events that have happened. So many that it's impossible to put them all into the title with these long-ass streams that I do. So let's look at this. This is a pretty big event here that has happened over today, although I assume talks have been going on longer than that. So let's get into this here. Apparently, Russia / Western powers prisoner exchange has occurred between multiple countries and Russia. I believe it's the United States, the United Kingdom, and Germany, I think, are the three that are most involved in this. Although the prisoners that the Russians received are mostly being kept secret. There's only, I think, one that I saw the name of in any of the videos I've watched up to this point. So yeah, let's look at this one first. This is from BBC from 8 hours ago. YouTube is a cruel tyrant. Yeah, why don't they just monetize me already?
26 people have been swapped between Russia and the United States and 5 other countries. The White House has hailed the deal as historic. President Biden has called it a feat of diplomacy. Well, among the 16 people released from custody in Russia is the Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich, the former US Marine Paul Whelan, and the Russian-American radio journalist Alsu Kumasheva. These are the latest pictures we've had in. They were filmed of prisoners being transported to make their way back to the West. And among the Russians freed from Western jails, Vadim Krasikov, an FSB hitman who brazenly gunned down an opponent of the Kremlin in broad daylight in Berlin.
Illegal.
Well, Steve Rosenberg, our Russia editor, has this report from Moscow.
It was a complex operation, planes flying in from east and west. The location had been a closely guarded secret, Ankara Airport, the stage for the largest prisoner swap since the Cold War. It involved 26 people being held in 7 different countries. Among those freed from Russian jails, Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich, former US Marine Paul Whelan, and US-Russian journalist Alsu Kurmasheva. Released too, prominent Kremlin critics and anti-war campaigners like Vladimir Karamurza and human rights campaigner Oleg Orlov. Back to Russia, convicted assassin Vadim Krasikov, identified by a German court as having links to the Russian state, and 9 others the Kremlin wanted back. For Paul Whelan, this ends an ordeal that began more than 5 years ago, when he was arrested in Russia, convicted of spying, and sentenced to 16 years in prison. It's a charge he's always fiercely denied. Speaking later from the White House, President Biden gave his reaction.
It says a lot about the United States that we work.
Biden is actually getting some shit done here. Not that it's necessarily all on him. I'm sure there are multiple people involved in all this. It should be based upon how many hours streamed. It technically is, but I've well surpassed that number. I believe the number that you need, hours streamed, is about, I think, 3,000. And it's not hours streamed, it's hours watched. Number of people actually watching, multiplied by whatever, however much time they're all collectively watching by. I've well exceeded that. I think it's like 3,000 watch hours. I've got nearly 10,000 now, but I still need 500 subscribers on the channel. It's a conundrum.
Relentlessly to free Americans who are unjustly held around the world. It also says a lot about us that this deal includes the release of Russian political prisoners. They stood up for democracy and human rights. Their own leaders threw them in prison. The United States helped secure their release as well.
America has repeatedly accused Moscow of jailing US citizens with the aim of trading them for Russians jailed abroad.
For the families and friends of Evan Gershkovich, Paul Whelan, and dissidents like Vladimir Karamurza, this is a moment to celebrate. But keep in mind, for the Kremlin, it is mission accomplished. It got what it wanted. It got its agents back. For Moscow, the takeaway from all of this will be that hostage diplomacy works. And that means we're likely to see more of it. More prisoners here being used as bargaining chips.
Okay. And I mean, that kinda is what is happening, and it's happened in the past too. It's certainly not the first time that this has happened. The one before all of this is that really comes to mind immediately is what, like Brittany Griner. All right, let's look at this. Give us a little bit more clarity.
The United States, Russia, and other countries have just executed a really significant and massive prisoner swap involving a total of 24 people. As part of that deal, Russia agreed to release 16 individuals and is receiving in return a total of 8 people. We already know some of the really significant names who are part of this deal. One of them is Evan Gershkovich. He's a Wall Street Journal reporter who was detained on espionage charges that his employer and the United States government say are totally baseless. There's also Paul Whelan, who is a corporate security executive from Michigan who was detained on spying charges that, again, the United States government says were totally baseless. Another journalist by the name of Alsu Kermasheva, she's been released, as has been a Russian dissident and Pulitzer Prize winner by the name of Vladimir Kamala. And so these are really important people who have been now freed by the Russian government as part of the swap. Among those who the Russians are getting back are several individuals in the United States prisons, as well as someone who's coming from Germany, a gentleman by the name of Vadim Krasikov, who was convicted of killing a former Chechen rebel in a German park. He's somebody who the Russians were adamant about getting back. One of the things that's really notable about this deal is that it's taking place not only at the end of the Biden administration and could be seen as a significant diplomatic win for President Joe Biden, but it also reflects a rare bright spot of agreement between Russia and the United States at a time of really significant tensions brought on by...
Yeah, there's a lot of tensions out there right now. And so I guess, you know, he's right about the sort of generals of that. It does look, you know, it does look good for the Biden administration. For them to be able to say, you know, we just got a bunch of prisoners freed from Russia and blah, blah, blah. It's not like the Biden administration has a bunch of W's all the time to tout, especially as of late. Tensions, yes, tensions. Not just with Russia either. Tensions seemingly fucking everywhere. How far are we into this stream? 3 hours, 15 minutes. What else do we have to look at? Oh, fuck. This is going to be a long one. By the way, I was going to ask people, does my mic sound better today than it did yesterday or whatever, Tuesday? Anybody remember? Does it feel like it's better today than it was earlier? Because I messed with it just slightly. I noticed when trying to listen to some, I'm terrible at listening to myself. Re-listening to my videos, and but it sounded kind of quiet recently, so I tried making it louder. I'm just wondering if it sounds better or not. All right, let's go on. I don't think we need to really talk about all this, do we? No. That one's not necessary right now. But considering it's already 3.5 hours in, practically, I'm going to skip one thing here and go straight to Israel, since they've been very busy recently. A lot has happened, and a lot will probably happen in the, what do you want to call it, in the future here, in the near future, potentially, considering everything that's been said and done already at this point. You're probably all mostly aware of some of this, but we are going to get in deep. Let's start here. Yeah. This is the one that happened in Iran. Yeah, CNN from 16 hours ago. Israel says video shows strike that killed Hamas military leader in Iran. I added that last bit because they forgot to be clear about where in the title.
Thousands marched in Tehran to remember slain Hamas political leader Ismail Haniyeh as the Middle East region remains on edge. Iran observing 3 days of mourning for Haniyeh and his bodyguard, who were killed in a pre-dawn strike on Wednesday in the Iranian capital. Iran and its allies are vowing retaliation against.
So 2 days ago, we talked about the strike in the capital of Lebanon, Beirut. And then directly after, they attack the Iranian capital. I mean, it is insane. These are civilian areas.
Israel, which is neither confirmed nor denied being involved. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu addressed the nation on Wednesday, saying Israel had delivered crushing blows to its enemies. He said Israel would not give in to calls to end the war in Gaza.
Illegal.
Well, separately, Israel is confirming that its fighter jets killed Hamas's military chief, Mohammed Deif, in a strike in Gaza in mid-July. The IDF released this video. At least 90 Palestinians were also killed in that attack. Right, we've got CNN reporters standing by with the very latest. Ivan Watson is in Beirut. Let's though begin with Jeremy Diamond, who is today in Haifa in Israel. And Jeremy, Israel confirming the death of the Hamas military chief. This is...
Okay, hold on. We're going to keep this moving. Enough of CNN. Let's go to this. Right after all of this happened, Iran, the leader of Iran, with the, Ayatollah Khomeini? Hold on. Yeah, I think that's right. Let's go to this. because the Ayatollah came out and vowed harsh punishment for Israel after striking Iran's capital.
Hugely significant, not least.
Yes, hugely significant. Hold on. There we go.
Mourning and calls for revenge. Iran vowing harsh punishment for Israel after the assassination of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran. So is Hezbollah after Israel killed Faoud Shukra, the senior military commander of the Iranian proxy in Beirut. Israel hasn't commented on the strike against Haniyeh inside Iran, but the IDF confirming it killed Mohammed Diaf, Hamas's military chief, in Gaza weeks earlier. Israel will exact a very heavy price for any act of aggression against it, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says. Haniyeh's death sparking protests in Tunisia, Turkey, and across the region. Rage is spreading and violence growing sharper. Even after major attacks, the U.S. is pressing for calm.
And it's urgent that all parties make the right choices in the days ahead.
I'm pretty sure that's the voice of Anthony Blinken. I wonder if Anthony Blinken thinks that Iran has the right to defend itself.
Because those choices are the difference between
there he is.
Staying on this path of violence, of insecurity, of suffering, or moving to something very different.
Israel and Iran usually trade blows through partners, not directly. An expert warning the days and weeks ahead could see more instability.
Perhaps there will be a little bit of movement away from the rules of engagement that were established thus far. And that's where we will probably see an uptick in attacks from the various proxies.
Friday marks 300 days since the conflict began and since Hamas killed Daniel Cohen's.
Okay. The mic sounds clear. I'm glad. I'm glad to hear that. I was hoping it would be at least some minor improvement. I don't want to overdo it with any of the sorts of things I'm doing to try and make it good. Let's go to this. While we're talking about Iran and this recent spree of attacks and assassinations that Israel has seemingly gone on in the Middle East. Here's Democracy Now! From 13 hours ago. Quote-unquote, a perilous moment. Iran vows revenge as Israel expands assassination operations.
Israel has announced Hamas's military chief, Mohammed Deif, was killed in an Israeli airstrike in Gaza on July 13th that killed over 100 people. Israel had accused Deif of orchestrating the October 7th attack. Deif had headed Hamas's armed wing, the Qassam Brigades, since 2002. Israel's announcement came as thousands of people gathered in Tehran for the funeral procession of Hamas's political chief, Ismail Haniyeh, who was assassinated in Tehran early on Wednesday, just hours after he attended the inauguration of Iran's new president. Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has reportedly issued an order for Iran to strike Israel directly in retaliation. Earlier today, Khamenei said it is, quote, our duty to seek revenge for his blood as he was martyred in the territory of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Haniyeh's assassination came just hours after Israel assassinated a top Hezbollah commander in Beirut. Hezbollah confirmed his death on Wednesday.
As fears grow of a broader regional war, we're joined by Ali Vaez, director of the International Crisis Group Iran Project, also an adjunct professor at Georgetown University's School of Foreign Service, co-author of the new book, How Sanctions Work, Iran and the Impact of Economic Warfare. If you can start off, as we speak right now, the funeral for Ismail Haniyeh is going on in Tehran. His body will be taken to Qatar, where he will be buried. Ali Vaez, talk about the significance of what's taken place over the last few days, with now Iran threatening to attack Israel because Israel killed Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran, the capital of Iran.
It's good to be with you, Amy. This is one of the most perilous moments in the region in years. Killing Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran was a major embarrassment for the Iranians. And I do believe that they are going to engage in a retaliation that is qualitatively different than what we saw back in April when Iran and Israel had an exchange of fire. You remember at the time, Israel conducted an attack against the Iranian consulate in Damascus, in which it killed several senior IRGC commanders, Revolutionary Guards commanders. Iran retaliated by firing more than 300 missiles and drones towards Israel that were mostly shot down because that attack was highly calibrated and telegraphed well in advance. And that confrontation, tit for tat, did not result in an all-out, uncontrolled escalation. But this time around, because this attack came on Iranian territory itself, targeting a high-level foreign official, on the day that the new Iranian president was inaugurated, and because it's seen from the Iranians as part of a string of attacks in which Israel assassinated also a senior Hezbollah official in Beirut, and the U.S. also conducted the same day an operation against Iraqi Shia militias. It is seen from the Iranians as a coordinated joint Israeli-U.S. effort aimed at undermining Iran and its partners in the region, known as the Axis of Resistance. And so I anticipate...
I even watched this earlier, and I still forgot about that. But today was the day that the new president, who was just recently elected, was being sworn in to office. And I didn't even hear about the U.S. operation in Iraq. Not that that stuff gets picked up by the big mainstream media very often. But it's not. I don't think it's good that Iran thinks that. And the fact is, they have every reason to believe that this is all a U.S. and Israeli joint operation right now.
That what we would see is a Axis-wide attack against U.S. and Israel in the region, which, as you can imagine, would be so much harder than what happened in April to contain and control. And if indeed there are casualties and fatalities on the Israeli or the U.S. side, this could easily spiral into a region-wide conflagration.
So, Ali, let's just begin with what you believe, how you believe Iran will respond, and then we can look at the other places where the axis of resistance in the Middle East is active, and explain who within Iran is likely to determine.
You thought the U.S. withdrew from Iraq? I don't believe so. We built the biggest military installation in the world in Iraq, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe we left? I might look this up.
Response, the role, for instance, of Khamenei and the Revolutionary Guard in determining the response rather than Iran's foreign ministry.
Let me start with the latter question, because it's actually a peculiar time in Iran right now. There is literally no government. The president was inaugurated the day before yesterday, but he still hasn't
So I think the confusion is that there was a partial withdrawal of troops in 2021, but there's still that installation there, and it's still manned by U.S. troops. But the actual formal combat mission is over, and some of the troops were withdrawn back to the United States. But there's some contingent left behind, if I'm not mistaken. I'm just doing very quick research right now.
the chance to get his cabinet confirmed by the parliament. So he's sitting in the Supreme National Security Council meetings where Iran's national security decisions are made, surrounded by officials of his predecessor, Ebrahim Raisi, as caretakers. Therefore, he doesn't have a dominant voice in that room because he still doesn't have his people in the room. There are not a lot of voices of restraint right now at that table. And the IRGC and the Supreme Leader are for sure going to have the upper hand in those deliberations.
Okay. Hold on, we can't listen to this whole thing. But I'm pretty sure he was saying, at least I know that at one point during this interview, he says that, you know, this next round, if you will, of Iranian response to Israeli aggression on their territory, excuse me, on their territory, this response will in fact be coordinated with the other sort of Iranian-backed groups in the region, Hezbollah, Houthis, Hamas, and this will almost certainly lead to what is essentially a region-wide conflict. And it is like, I mean, I hate the fact that I'm talking like this. I'm talking about like the future World War III right now, and I mean, hopefully it does not devolve further, but that almost feels practically written in stone, considering not just what we heard before from the Ayatollah, but what we have to hear in just a couple of clips from now. But hold on, I'm not done talking about this. Not done listening to this Democracy Now! Vid. Hold on one second.
Be doing so from a position of strength. Ceasefire negotiations, as you mentioned, I mean, Haniyeh was one of the key negotiators in those ceasefire talks. What do you think the effect of this will be? I mean, some people have said that from the Israeli side, Netanyahu's calculation may be that they can make more concessions because they'll be doing so from a position of strength, having carried out these assassinations. But what about from the side of Hamas?
Well, I think that's a Pollyannish view, to be honest with you. My sense is that by signing the order to kill Haniyeh, Prime Minister Netanyahu basically also ordered the killing of remaining Israeli hostages, unfortunately. It's tragic, but the reality is that I don't think there is any prospect for resumption of negotiations anytime soon. First of all, Hamas does not want to do it because, as the perception that you mentioned exists, Hamas would be in a position of weakness. Its leader has been killed, the leader who was one of...
I really hope this guy is wrong, right? Like, that is very pessimistic of take coming from Mr. Valles here. I genuinely hope that does not mean what he just said, that the hostages will all be killed. Because I feel like if that happens, if that were to happen, I feel like, oh God, like what happens next? Like what would the response be from Israel, from Benjamin Netanyahu and the rest of his ministers? I feel like it would be, I mean, God, I don't even want to speculate. It's, you know, and that's not the only reason, right? Like, I'd prefer people stop dying unnecessarily, right? But I feel like I say that every stream, like 20 times a stream, and you know, I feel like a broken record on that particular
particular point. Yeah, this guy is coming very, very pessimistically at this. At least I like to think so. That perhaps even unrealistic, but I also, I've been wrong in the past. I've had attempts at optimism on this stream. Many of you have been here for those moments, and then my hopes were dashed.
Key interlocutors in these negotiations. And as Prime Minister of Qatar, as an intermediary in these talks, mentioned yesterday, it makes no sense to kill your negotiating partner if you really want to reach an agreement.
Exactly.
Also remember that from the perspective of much more hardline Hamas leaders, like Yahya Sinwar, who's now still operating in the tunnels, October 7th was all about trying to create a regional conflagration that would change the balance of power at the expense of Israel and in the interest of the Palestinians. He didn't get what he wanted. Iran and its allies did not get involved into the conflict, although they demonstrated support for Hamas, but they were very cautious and demonstrated a degree of restraint not to fall into the trap of a regional war. So I think at this stage, Sinwar is as close to the regional war as he has wanted as ever. And therefore, it's very unlikely that he would agree to a ceasefire anytime soon.
Yeah, I really hope that that is not the case. But the fact is that he's not wrong. Hania was the main negotiator for Hamas in these recent negotiations done by Qatar and Egypt. And this is not good. And they know better. Israel is not stupid. They have, stupid. So, how do you define that? Point I'm trying to make is that they are constantly considering tactical objectives and blah blah blah, right? They know full well what is going to perpetrate, continue the war, and what's going to end it. I feel like we all know that they've been essentially taking all routes that lead to war and continuation of the genocide, and all, avoiding all roads that lead to actual negotiations, and certainly a permanent ceasefire. And so here we are, essentially looking over what appears to be some, literal precipice in the Middle East at this point. I thought what happened last time was bad. This is insane. And by last time, I mean specifically what happened, was it 3 months ago now? Then Iran responded, but they were, like he was saying in that video just now, they telegraphed that response well in advance. But if he's right about them taking this next one much more seriously than the previous, coordinating that with other regional powers, God, I was really hoping that they would just accept this ceasefire deal and this would all be over. That was literally months ago now. Just ridiculous. Right, let's look at a couple of things here. We got a bunch of different footage here today to look at of U.S. officials discussing these recent events, let's go to global news here first from a day ago. U.S. not blind, quote-unquote, to what Iran might be capable of after Hamas leader killed. Brace yourself. There's multiple idiots in this video.
It's always been a complicated process. I mean, my goodness, how many times have we talked about it in the last few months and even in just the last few weeks?
Is it
I think
complicated,
it's
John?
too soon to know what any of these reported events could mean for the ceasefire deal. But if I could add 2 points. One is that doesn't mean we're going to stop working on it. In fact, we have a team in the region right now as we speak to try to continue to work with our counterparts to move this forward because it's that important.
There's no way to know. I mean, I think we can pretty much rule out that it's good, right, John? I mean, we can all say pretty clearly and easily that is not good. Just take good off of the list.
And number two, as I kind of alluded to earlier, it's always been complicated work. And it's not like the complications with every passing day get easier. And that includes today. Our job since the beginning of this conflict, in addition to making sure Israel has what it needs to defend itself.
John Kirby's job here this whole time has been to feed us a load of bullshit. Tailor-made by the administration. People who make the the big decisions. He's supposed to somehow justify it to all of us. That's what the job has been here from this guy.
In addition to making sure the people of Gaza aren't suffering more than they already are, is to manage risk in the region. One of the things the president's been very focused on is trying to prevent escalation here. That work is complicated and difficult every day, and that includes today. We don't believe that an escalation is inevitable, and there's no signs that an escalation is imminent. But
really?
I also said that we watch it very, very closely. I also said, and said again today, that this is something that we've been concerned about since the 7th of October. It's not like we're brushing off concerns at all. We're watching this very, very closely, and it's been a chief concern of the president.
I feel like this picture is somehow evocative of John Kirby's entire life right now. Just a big shrug. Just a shrug in a face of just desperation. By the way, this I will say this. I think I could be wrong about the exact timing, but I think this may have come out directly before the Ayatollah came out and said that he vowed retaliation for this. So I want to give John Kirby the benefit of the doubt. This is a repost or like a whatever global news. This wasn't a live stream. They clipped it and then posted. So came out slightly before that video we saw of the Ayatollah speaking. But with John, it's really hard to give him the benefit of the doubt. Not gonna lie.
Look, you've seen the comments by the Supreme Leader.
Oh, okay.
What he said
Never
publicly.
mind.
It's out there for everybody to see.
Yeah.
I'll certainly not speculate about whether and to what degree Iran does anything. What I can tell you is we have and will maintain a level of readiness
Okay.
to
What does that
preserve
mean?
our national security interest in the region. It's not like we take a blind eye to what Iran is capable of doing and has shown their capability of doing in the region. It's not like we've demonstrated an unwillingness.
Wow. It's just amazing how quickly we run to the defense of Israel. After they assassinate a leader who was engaged in peace talks that we were supposedly supporting publicly. And, you know, after all the times John Kirby has personally said Israel has a right to defend itself, for him to suddenly come, we will be here to defend our national security interests, specifically Israel, and, you know, if Iran tries to start anything, well, they can go fuck themselves. They can't defend themselves. That's illegal.
Illegal.
To defend Israel from threats in the region, including from Iran, if that happens. And we maintain that capability and that readiness to do so now. I would also say, lastly, Peter, what I said earlier, we don't want to see an escalation, and everything we've been doing since...
Now what you're doing right now is escalating things by saying that the United States military is gonna get involved in this, like, literally. What do you, when he talking like this, I imagine literal USAF, like F-16s flying around doing, like, oh god damn it, why are we here right now? What's happening, chat? What's happening? God, what in the fuck is happening?
7th of October have been trying to manage that risk. Those risks go up and down every day. They are certainly up right now. They don't make the task of de-escalation, deterrence, and dissuasion, which is the goal, any less complicated.
You've heard me say this a number of times this week.
How does he even answer these questions without at least saying Israel shouldn't have done this, or at least something that equals that statement? It was bad for them to assassinate a leader that was involved in peace talks that we were supporting. I would have taken half of those words in practically any order.
Our commitment to Israel's security and defending them from malign attacks like those from reckless regimes like the Iranian regime, that is...
Oh my god. It's like, they're like incepting us right now. But like for the future. They're getting ahead of anything. Iran has not attacked Israel in the recent past. Not since the last time. Like we talked about from months ago. But they're all getting ahead of it and saying, we will defend Israel. Just like... They just got done assassinating somebody on a different country's soil in their capital city, in a residential area, and yet still they haven't attacked, and yet they're already just falling over themselves to say Israel, we will defend them, and it's like. What the fuck is happening?
And that continues to be the case. Israel is, of course, a country that faces a number of threats purely based on just where they are in the world, and so that our security relationship with them is unwavering. Our commitment to them is unwavering. But again, I'm not going to speculate on any actions that may or may not happen. Iran is a regime that time and time again, since 1979, has been the largest and greatest exporter of terrorism, not just in the Middle East, but broadly. And it has a clear track record of not just suppressing its own people, but also funding, promoting, encouraging malign, destabilizing.
Wow. I'm coming up with so many adjectives over here. And yet, I feel like none of that actually justifies what just happened. Okay. Defending a rogue state. Yes, this is a lesson in how to do that. Let's go to this. Seems like Israel doesn't need our help. This is Benjamin Netanyahu from around the same time.
אזרחי ישראל,
Citizens of Israel.
ימים מאתגרים לפנינו.
Challenging days lie
מאז
ahead.
התקיפה בביירות,
Since the strike in
נשמעים
Beirut,
איומים מכל
there
עבר.
are threats sounding from all
אנחנו ערוכים
directions.
לכל תרחיש,
We are prepared for any
ונעמוד
scenario,
מלוכדים
and we will stand
ונחושים
united
מול
and
כל
determined
איום.
against any threat.
ישראל תגבה
Israel
מחיר
will
כבד
exact
מאוד
a heavy
על
price
כל
for
תוקפנות
any
נגדנו,
aggression against us
מכל
from
זירה
any
שהיא.
area. Threats have been made against Israel after the killing of Hezbollah commander Fuad Shukur in Beirut, as well as Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran. Though Israel has claimed responsibility for the attack in Lebanon, officials have not yet addressed reports they were behind Hania's death in Iran. We settled the score with Hussein, and we will settle the score with anyone who harms us, anyone who massacres our children, anyone who murders our citizens, and anyone who harms our state. You'll bear the responsibility. Since the beginning of the Israel-Hamas war, I have made it clear that we are in a fight against Iran's axis of evil. This is a war of existence against a stranglehold of terrorist armies and missiles that Iran wants to tighten around our necks. In my speech to Congress a few days ago, I mentioned three main branches of this axis of evil: Hamas, Houthis, and Hezbollah. The three H's. In the last few days, we have dealt crushing blows to each of them. That seems like an admission right there. The last few days we've dealt crushing blows to each of them. That's pretty clear, I think. Alright, whoops. Just clicked the wrong thing. Okay, oh, God. Alright, let's go to this. We saw what Iran's leader, the Ayatollah, said. He vowed harsh punishment for Israel. Now let's go to this. This is from the Associated Press from 7 hours ago, where Hezbollah's leader said war with Israel has entered a new phase after recent assassinations. We are facing a big battle now. It is beyond a support front. There is now a battle in Gaza. There is now a battle in South Lebanon, an open battle in Yemen, and even in Iraq. Because this is all happening at the same time. Hodeidah is struck, Jafar al-Sakr is struck yesterday or the day before in Iraq. And the same time, the leader Ismail Haniyeh is killed in Tehran, and at the same time, Fuad Shakur is killed in Dahiyeh. There's no longer just fronts, there's now an open battle on all fronts. Oh, God. So yeah, more escalating language from everybody. His ears are almost half the size of his head. I didn't notice that. Too sickened by the genocide and blatant lies. Now let's go to an individual we've become all too familiar with on this stream. Here's Vedant Patel of the State Department being asked about whether or not the assassination of Haniyeh was in fact good for negotiations. Let's see if he is capable of answering that question.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
But the deal that is underway, the negotiations. Now, is there any doubt that the Israeli Prime Minister have taken almost every step to scuttle the negotiations over the past few months?
So,
do you have any doubt in your mind that he has taken those? I'm not going to speak for Prime Minister Netanyahu's side.
I will let him speak for himself. But in general, what I can say is that we have seen the Israelis engaged and constructive in conversations that we have been having about a ceasefire deal. And so we continue to believe both that a ceasefire deal is both achievable and urgent, and it is something that our partners in Israel want. I'm not going to speak to the specificity of the ongoing process beyond that.
Okay, but Mr. Haniyeh was the chief negotiator. he was the chief negotiator involved in these negotiations. So when Israel first kills his grandchildren, then kills all his children, then kills him, does that send like a clear message that they don't want these negotiations? He is the chief negotiator, correct?
So I will say again, as I've said to Daphne and others, I'm not going to speculate on this as it relates to how it may or may not impact a ceasefire deal. What I can say is that the United States unequivocally is focused on continuing its work to close the gaps. We think that getting a deal done is not just in the United States' interest, it's in the region's interest, it's in Israel's interest, it's in the interest of the Palestinian people. We are talking about creating the conditions so the remaining hostages can return home, that there can be an influx of humanitarian aid, and
a simple yes or no would have been great. Instead, he's given us a soliloquy on everything America's supposedly done. Even if I would grant that they've attempted to do some of those things, I would say the degree to which the effectiveness of any of those things that were just claimed are highly in question.
Getting this region out of this endless cycle of violence. So that's what we're going to remain focused on.
Okay.
And as I said to Olivia and others, when it comes to continuing to engage in these conversations, there continue to be ways in which we can continue to engage with Hamas and Israel appropriately as it relates to the contours of the deal. And that work, I have no doubt, will continue.
Okay, let me ask you, a basic question. As far as the negotiations are concerned, is the killing of Mr. Haniyeh good, bad, or indifferent in your view?
I am not going to speculate again for what is probably now the 15th time. I am not going to speculate on.
I'm just saying how.
He's very upset.
I'm just not going to speculate on that. What I can speak to is what the United States is doing and what the United States is focused on.
No, gay. Yeah, he is dancing around the question. My dog's is right. Okay. Yeah, I hate to pick on Vedant Patel, but this is his job now. You know, he got that MBA, and then suddenly, very quickly, by way of, I think because he worked on the Harris, on the Harris campaign at one point. I think that was his main end to this job. And so he's out here with his MBA trying to answer geopolitical questions, and it's not great. And people aren't really pulling their punches out there. Let's go here, where reporters asked Mr. Patel if Netanyahu is even serious about the hostage deal. Oh, I'm sorry, not that one. This we just listened to that one. This is the other one. Oh, this is yeah. Actually, maybe this isn't Vedant. I could be wrong on that. No, I'm wrong. It's him. Okay. State Department spokesperson asked point blank if Israel's recent strikes have been escalatory.
Daphne, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you. Can I just follow up on some of the comments Blinken made in Mongolia,
Sure.
where he said that getting to a ceasefire requires all parties to stop taking escalatory actions. The administration has repeatedly said that Israel has a right to defend itself. Is it the administration's view in the past few days that Israel has gone beyond that right at all, and that the actions have been escalatory?
I don't have an assessment to offer on the events of the recent days beyond echoing what the secretary has said. First, of course, that for us to get to a ceasefire, for us to get this region out of endless cycles of violence, for us to create conditions so hostages can come home, we absolutely think a ceasefire is necessary. And one of the ways to do that is to ensure that steps are taken that do not escalate tensions. The secretary has been engaging with partners in the region despite being in the Indo-Pacific. You all have seen readouts from a number of calls happen where he's been stressing the importance of that message as well.
And then you said yesterday that it was still your assessment that Israel was engaging constructively in ceasefire talks. What makes you confident that that is the case?
I'm not going to speak to the specifics of the ongoing negotiation process, but the question was posed to us whether we believe Israel was engaging in good faith, and that continued to be the case yesterday and continues to be the case.
And are there any plans for him to speak with Israeli counterparts in today or the next coming days?
So we engage with our partners in Israel regularly. The secretary spoke to President Herzog earlier in the week. I don't have any specific calls to preview. As you saw, the White House mentioned, or the National Security Advisor responded to a question about a call between President Biden and Prime Minister Netanyahu that we anticipate will take place later today, but beyond.
What does he have to talk to Joe Biden about? It was the guy they just assassinated that he needed to talk to. Vedanta just continues to not answer these questions at all.
I don't.
A little ridiculous.
For preview. Kamala, go ahead.
Just following on the calls that the Secretary's been making over the last 24 hours, 48 hours to Middle East partners, has the department reached out to Saudi counterparts at all to get any kind of reaction on the deaths of Ismail Haniyeh? And also Israel has confirmed the death of Mohammed Deif.
We expect the secretary to partake in a number of additional partner calls. I'm not going to list them off as a list.
She didn't ask for a list. She just said one specific. This is Saudi Arabia. It's just really... Oh god, this is his job. Just obfuscating. The daily obfuscation with Vedant Patel. He looks a little scared. He does look, you're right, he does look a little bit scared. Not gonna lie. Alright, where and what left do we have? Yes. I think we're at the Democracy Now piece here. Let's go to this from 13 hours ago. Trigger warning, this next video is going to be a little bit rough. The title itself is difficult. Israel's torture and rape of Palestinian prisoners defended by Knesset members and far-right mobs. Yeah, and we did look at the beginning of this on Tuesday, where people were storming.
Israel is facing new accusations.
Hold on, where we saw mobs storming jails, or a specific jail where 9 Israeli soldiers were being held after being accused of exactly what this title just said. New chatter in chat. Jaeger 8 Larson. Welcome.
That it's been torturing Palestinians held in Israeli prisons. A new report by the United Nations Human Rights Office found at least 53 Palestinian detainees have died in Israeli custody since October 7th. The UN also found Palestinian prisoners have faced multiple forms of torture, including waterboarding, sleep deprivation, starvation, electric shocks, and the release of threatening dogs. The UN says most of the Palestinian men, women, children, doctors, journalists, and human rights defenders jailed by Israel are being held without charge or trial in deplorable conditions. The UN report was released on Tuesday, a day after a group of far-right Israeli protesters, including members of the Knesset, broke into 2 Israeli military bases in an effort to prevent Israeli military police from detaining 9 soldiers suspected of torturing Palestinian prisoners. The 9 soldiers are reportedly being investigated for gang raping a Palestinian prisoner at Sdei Teiman, a facility where prisoners from Gaza say they've been routinely beaten and tortured.
We're joined right now by 2 guests who've been following this story closely. Diana Boutou is with us, Palestinian human rights attorney, former advisor to the negotiating team at the Palestine Liberation Organization. Her new piece for Zeteo is headlined, Rioting for the Right to Rape Palestinians. Her previous piece headlined, I spoke to Palestinians tortured by Israel. What they endured is unimaginable. Also with us, Oren Ziv, reporter and photographer for 972 magazine. His latest piece just out, A Riot for Impunity, shows Israel's proud embrace of its crimes. Diana Boutou, let's start with you. Explain what you found in these prisons and the significance of these revelations and this protest that broke out this week, trying to protect Israeli soldiers who are being arrested by Israel involved with the rape of one of the Palestinian prisoners in the jail.
Thank you, Amy. Look, I think it's important for people to understand that Israel has arrested somewhere up to the tune of 21,000 Palestinians. We don't actually even have the correct number because that information has been held back. And of these thousands of people who have been imprisoned, they've been imprisoned without charge, without trial, and in effect kidnapped. The people who have been released, and I've spoken to a number of them, all of them have been reporting the exact same treatment of extreme abuse, of torture, of being shackled 24 hours a day, of being kept in a fetal position, of being forced to eat food that is inhumane, of being deprived water, of being. Many of them have talked about being raped, of.
It's all fucking just horrific. And we were told about one point of people being fed uncooked rice, which can you even imagine? What are you even supposed to do with that? While in jail, right? With no access to anything that would be able to cook it. Can't chew
electric shock, of sleep deprivation, you name it. And the people with whom I've spoken are young, some of them are teenagers, and some of them are older. And the stories that are coming out from these prisoners is absolutely appalling. The fact that Israel can continue to do this with impunity is what is so alarming, because nobody has been holding back. In fact, it's quite the opposite. We have the minister, the Israeli minister, who is in charge of the prisons, who has come out and said very unequivocally that the way that we can deal with overcrowding in prisons is to institute the death penalty. He himself has been reported as being one of the individuals who carried out torture against Palestinians who've been kidnapped. And so the situation that we hear of these people who've been coming out of Sdei Teiman, by the way, Palestinians call it the slaughterhouse, is absolutely horrifying. Now, what happened on Monday was that for some reason, we're not entirely sure why, there was an attempt on the part of the Israeli military to try to question, and that's it, just question, 9 members of the Israeli army who are accused of gang raping one Palestinian man. And rather than people backing the military police or saying we don't want this done, it was quite the opposite. We ended up seeing 2 riots, one in the actual prison camp itself, it's a torture camp called Sdei Teiman, and another one in another military base where there were not just rioters, but people who are members of the Knesset, including members of the cabinet, who came forward and said that these people are heroes and that there should be no restraints put whatsoever on Israeli soldiers. So the picture that is coming out is quite dire, and of course nobody's doing anything about it.
Oren Ziv, you're reporter and photographer for 972 magazine. You have a piece out just today headlined, "A Riot for Impunity Shows Israel's Proud Embrace of Its Crimes." If you could lay out your argument, you write that far-right protesters, soldiers, and MKs, that is members of the Knesset, rallied for guards suspected of raping a Palestinian detainee. Once fringe, they are now the public face of the state. If you could elaborate.
Thank you for having me. It's important to notice that while the Israeli media try to portray it as a struggle between the mob and the state, or between the army and the police that was not preventing this riot, although requested, I think it's important to see that today, because Ben-Gvir and their allies are in the government and are leading those demonstrations, including breaking into State Iman, they are the face of the state, and those people are not extremists. They're the mainstream Israelis nowadays. In that sense, their sense of anger and surprise can be understood, because
yeah, people like Ben-Gvir are elected members of the parliament. I mean, they're the supposed right wing of Israel, but yeah, they are the face of the Israeli government. And they're over there basically saying these soldiers can't commit crimes. Even gang rape is not going far enough. That, you know, just wow. Just wow. But we've heard him say absolutely insane things time and time again, so I guess none of us should be shocked by him being at the head of all of these protests.
At the beginning of the war, since October, there was full or almost full impunity for soldiers. So we still don't know why this specific case was investigated and is being proceeded. But as Diana said, we're hearing many horrific evidence from prisoners that were released to Gaza, to the West Bank, or into 48 Israel. And it's not a unique case. So from the protester side, they understood, and the soldier, as we published in different investigations, the soldiers on the ground understood they have full impunity. They were looting, they were killing, they were shooting from the sky, from the ground. Illegal. And the Israeli public got the sense from the politicians declaring, but also just from the day-to-day war, that soldiers are allowed to do whatever they want. And when an incident like this comes, a very rare incident that the military police is coming and arresting or detaining a few soldiers for questioning and might take them to court, people are angry because they believe that the Israeli military is allowed and have a backup to do anything. And this also shows us how Israel got to the ICC and to the ICJ.
Yeah.
Kind of approach.
Oren, you were at Beit.
Yeah. It makes a great point. This kind of behavior. Yeah, it sort of explains how they got to where they are at, being essentially deemed probably committing genocide, definitely committing illegal occupation in multiple areas, having the ICC asking for arrest warrants, stuff like that. Not shocking at all. Also with stuff like this. This is a unfortunate fucking story. This is from a day ago, Guardian News. Gaza. Two Al Jazeera journalists killed in airstrike.
Illegal.
نعم زين العابدين هي أجواء حزينة جدا، خاصة أن
أبو
العابد هنية أو إسماعيل هنية ترعرع في داخل مخيم الشاطئ ونشأ في
I was looking in the wrong direction. This is Ishmael Al-Ghul
أبو العابد هنية أو إسماعيل
reporting
هنية
on an Israeli
ترعرع في
airstrike
داخل
less than
مخيم
12 hours before he
الشاطئ
was killed. Al Jazeera say his car was directly hit by an Israeli airstrike.
He was killed with his cameraman, Rami Rifi, and they were killed. They were directly targeted in a white car where where they were killed. They were wearing their press jackets.
The broadcaster said, sorry, I can barely read it because I'm just staring at this fucking card that is just, I mean, mangled is too, like, it's more than that. Jesus Christ. This thing was hit directly by a missile or a bomb or a rocket or something like that, because for it to be, you know, mangled back here, right? Metal just flying in all sorts of different directions. Both doors coming off of it. You can clearly see dents as well as places where the metal is coming outwards from where the frame is. They were definitely directly targeted.
Illegal.
Jackets.
The broadcaster said they were killed in northern Gaza after being asked to leave the area they were in by Israeli forces. Gaza's authorities say at least 165 Palestinians have been killed since the 7th of
We wear
October.
our helmets. We try to not go to anywhere where it's not safe. We try to go to anywhere where to keep our security, but we have been targeted in normal places where normal citizens are. We're trying to do everything, but at the same time, we want to report. We want to tell the world what's going on. It's heartbreaking to report this today, and it's heartbreaking to report Shireen's killing, Hamza's killing, and Samir's killing. And this is not the first time we're doing this, but every time it feels as if it's the first time. It's a great loss for us here, journalists in Gaza, and especially Al Jazeera's team losing such a colleague.
Hind, listen, we really appreciate your reporting and for sharing your memories of Ismail and Rami. Thank you very much for now.
Oh, I just realized. I realized that was our penultimate video of the day. This is our last video. Still, we all deserve a round of applause for having made it this far. Here's, this is actually a repeat. Forbes breaking news from 2 days ago. Do they have a right to freedom? Reporter grills State Department spokesman.
Yeah, let me just
on Palestinian
a
resistance.
couple of things I'm trying to understand here. You keep referring to Israel's right to defend itself, and the groups like Hezbollah and others as maligned groups, proxy groups, and so on. Don't you think you strip the people of the region of their right to fight for their occupied territories? After all, Israel occupies parts of Lebanon, occupies the Golan Heights. That is an occupied Syrian territory, occupies the West Bank, indeed occupies Gaza. You keep saying that Israel has the right to defend itself. What about the people of the region that have suffered, for what, decade now, maybe close to 60 years, under occupation? Do they have a right to freedom, the right to defend?
It's a great question. And he was asking this question before Israel went and assassinated somebody in Tehran. Does Iran, do they have the right to defend themselves?
A military occupation.
Let's unpack that for a
please.
second, Saeed. What we're talking about, let's just use Hamas for example, is we're talking about a terrorist group that has time and time again made clear that integral to their mission statement is the destruction of the state of Israel. They have said, not hyperbole, that if they are able to, they would repeat October 7th over and over and over again if they can. And so just let me be very clear about this. When we talk about the Palestinian people, when we talk about what is in the best interest of the Palestinian people, actions that we think that are reflective of the will of the Palestinian people, I do not believe, this administration does not believe, this secretary, this president does not believe that Hamas is acting in the will, in the interest of the Palestinian people. Is the question, do the Palestinian people deserve equal measures of dignity and justice? Absolutely. That is exactly
wasn't the
why
question.
we have so fervently championed a two-state solution, one that would give equal measures.
Nobody
of
asked
dignity
about
and justice to
two-state,
the
one-state
Palestinian people, one that would
solutions.
give
Come on,
the
man.
Palestinian people
What the
their
fuck
own
is happening?
state next to an Israeli state as well. So that's what we're talking about, Saeed.
Okay.
I do not believe, and this
Not what we're
administration does
talking
not believe
about.
that these terrorist groups.
That's what you're talking about. What Saeed asked was a different question. It was a completely different question.
Acting in the interest of whether it be the Palestinian people or the Lebanese people in the context of Hezbollah, either.
Okay.
You know, so do you believe that the Palestinians have an equal measure to live free of military occupation?
Of course we do, Saeed, and that is exactly
Oh,
why we have
of
so
course.
strongly and fervently talked about the need for a two-state solution, because
So you've so fervently talked about it while doing everything to stop it from happening. Okay. Weird. Well, Jan, we have made it through another stream together. I hope you enjoyed. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Until I see you next time, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons: Gabby, Cough Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, PB, Robot Cat, Selena, The Anti-Corporatist, Moanoa, Nadia, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right. These people have helped make possible the show with your eyes and ears. I've just gotten done enjoying. You can too by clicking that link in chat or in my bio on YouTube. Not only can you make this shit a possibility, gain access to super sweet space benefits,